It's time for Dodger Baseball. Live from Dodger Stadium, Prime Ticket presents the Dodgers as they take on the New York Mets. Hi, everybody, and a very pleasant Wednesday evening to you, wherever you may be. Welcome to Dodger Stadium in the final game of the brief homestand and the last game of the three-game series with the Mets. The Dodgers have won the first two. They've beaten the Mets 4 out of 5 this year. They're also dominating in series. In fact, tonight, trying to sweep the Mets. They did it last year at Citi Field, and here tonight, if they do it, it would be the first time since 2009. The pitchers, it'll be Dylan G on the mound for New York. He is 8-8, 0-2 lifetime against the Dodgers, but pitching very well of late. And the Dodgers send left-hander Chris Capuano to the mound. Once upon a time, Chris was a Met. He was 11-12 one year. With the Dodgers this year, he is 4-6, lifetime 1-5 against New York. The Dodger numbers are dazzling. You know, they've won 39 and lost 8. They've won 7 straight, 12 out of 13. We'll have a lot more than numbers coming up, and a whole lot more right after this.
In over 60 years, they've come from behind, led all the way, escaped big trouble, and even walked off. No matter the day, the circumstances, the opposition, all they do is win. Tonight, LA goes for 8 straight and a sweep of the New York Mets. History continues next. Well, a beautiful night for baseball. It's the Dodgers and the Mets, LA, trying to sweep the Metropolitans before they hit the road for Philadelphia and then off to Miami. Alongside Steve Lyons, Patrick O'Neill here with you. Well, usually when a team loses their star player, Hanley Ramirez, you can't wait for him to come back. In this case, what a job by Nick Punto filling in.
Yeah, I think everyone's happy to have Hanley back, but this team went 9-1 in his absence there. And Nick Punto, you know, I love talking about the guy. He's the little pony. We've been having a lot of fun with him, but Dodger fans have had to stand up and take notice at what he was able to do while Hanley was out. For this month, he's hitting nearly 460. He's had 8 RBIs, hit the home run. He plays excellent defense. So filling in for Hanley, they didn't miss a beat with him out there. And, you know, he plays the game the way you're supposed to play it, and that's why I like to watch him.
Well, maybe Hanley could have been ready last night, but he had Matt Harvey on the hill. I don't mind. He's out here to face Dylan G, and he's right in the heart of the order. You move Puig back to second, but listen, we know how good he is and what a difference he can make.
Yeah, it makes this lineup better when he's hitting fourth and Puig moves up a little bit because everybody becomes more dangerous. His average on the season's 359 right now, plus his 11 home runs. So he offers you a lot of average numbers, some good power numbers, and plus his defense has been way better this year.
Well, hopefully after the Dodgers can get a win tonight. The good news is they're not flying to Philadelphia tonight. No rush hour traffic tomorrow morning. Team will fly for Philly in the morning. We're taking a quick break. Capuano on the hill, and then has the call on Prime Ticket.
Check availability at 1-800-PICK-ATT. And buy Jack in the Box. Go big at a participating Jack in the Box with Jack's really big chicken sandwich combos for only $3.99 plus tax. Hi, everybody, and a very pleasant Wednesday evening to you, wherever you may be. We're at Dodger Stadium on another lovely summer's night, and the final game of the 3-game series with the Mets, and the final game of what has been a very brief homestand involving 3 with Tampa Bay and the 3 with New York. Dodgers having their way with Tampa Bay and now trying to beat a former Dodger, Terry Collins, who managed throughout the organization. Terry has seen his club lose 2, and the Dodgers trying for a sweep. In order to prevent the sweep, here's Terry's card. Juan Lagares in center field, leading off. Daniel Murphy at second base. Josh Satin will be at third. Marlon Byrd in right field. Justin Turner, the shortstop. Ike Davis at first base. Andrew Brown in left field. John Buck, the catcher, and Dylan G, the pitcher. On the mound for the Dodgers, Chris Capuano, who once upon a time was a Met When he wore the Mets uniform that year, he was 11-12. 1-1 against the Mets last year, and 1-5 in his career. Interesting how things have worked out in his last 9 starts. 2 zeros and 2 5s, then a 0 and a 5, and 2 more zeros and a 5. So, like the little girl with the curl, obviously, when Capuano is good, he is very, very good. If not, he won't be around very long. As far as the Dodgers with the leather back of him, familiar faces just about everywhere. Gonzalez and Ellis, Ramirez and Hairston at third, with Crawford, Schumacher and Puig. Fedorovich behind the plate, Capuano on the mound. So tonight, the return of Hanley Ramirez at shortstop. Andre Ethier with a tightness in the calf, so he's not in the lineup tonight. However, they figure Andre will be fine when the Dodgers take the field in Philadelphia on the 16th of August. So meanwhile, Hanley is back. That has to pep up the ball club. And at the same time, the Dodgers, to a man, realizing the contributions that Nick Punto made in filling in for Ramirez. Skip Schumacher filling in for Andre Ethier in center field. So 2 fellas who are normally not in the spotlight, but they've enjoyed a prominent spot in this homestand. Punto, of course, really being a hero, not only the home run, but the double last night. So here we go. Juan Lagares, rookie center fielder and a very good young player waiting at the plate. Capuano looks in to get a sign. Left-hander ready and deals. First pitch in for a strike, and the count 0-1. Lagares is from the Dominican Republic, hitting .266. Just came up in April. 4 home runs, 25 runs batted in. Right-hand batter waiting. Capuano ready and comes right back after him, and it's hit in the air to right field down the line. Puig cruising over to make the catch, making it look easy. So Lagares a fly ball to right, one rookie hitting it to another. And with 1 down, the batter will be Daniel Murphy. The temperature at the start of the game, an ideal 72 degrees. Hardly a zephyr stirring the flag in center field. And the crowd still coming in. Prospects of a good one, the final game. The Dodgers will go to Philadelphia and Miami, and they'll be back here on the 23rd, a weekend with the Boston Red Sox, followed by the Cubs and the Padres. Pitch in for a strike to Daniel, and the count 0-1. They put Daniel Murphy in the number 3 slot. It has not paid off yet. He's been there since the 7th. But struggling, hitting just .207 in that spot. Looks at a strike, and the count 0-2. Murphy last night had 1 single in 4 at-bats. He went 0 for 4 the first game. So he winds up coming up tonight 1 for 8 in the series. Left-hand hitting second baseman. Here comes Capuano ready. Comes a big breaking ball fouled away. It is obvious, very obvious, that the Mets are missing their big man. And their big man, of course, is David Wright. Wright is not only not here, he's back in New York. And Terry Collins knows his ball club is just not the same without him. David Wright, while he was in there, was hitting .309, 16 home runs, 54 runs batted in. Strike 2 pitch is swung on, banged into center for a base hit. And there it is, the most annoying base hit on a no ball 2 strike count. The Capuano gives up the line drive single, and the batter now will be Josh Satin. Satin appeared as a pinch hitter in the first game and lost an extra base hit on a great running catch by Jerry Hairston. Good hitter, batting .294 with a home run, 10 runs batted in. Satin started last night at first base, went 1 for 3 plus a walk, and tonight he has moved over to third. So with a name like Satin, you have a smooth player here, and the Mets are taking advantage of it. Josh is from Hidden Hills. Right-hand batter waiting. He went to Harvard Westlake High School, and the pitch to him is taken off the plate and low. 1 ball and no strikes. The Mets scored early In the first game, they got 2 runs in the second inning. Last night, they had a run in the first inning on the home run by Lagares. So Satin waiting with Marlon Byrd on deck. Capuano comes back 1-0 and drops it in for a strike, and they count 1-1. Looking at Capuano and those facing him, Byrd is 4 for 12, hitting .333. So Marlon is on deck. Eric Young, 3 for 4 in the past, but Eric is not playing tonight against Capuano. 1-1 to count to Josh Satin. Capuano will look over at first. Now the left-hander to the plate, and that's a little low. 2-1 to count to Josh Satin. Capuano has always had a problem with the Mets. In his career, he is 1-5 against New York. Satin widened out his stance at the start of this year, trying to calm down hands and wrists a little bit. It's a ground ball to third. Hairston goes to Ellis. He's in the dirt, and it's backhanded by Gonzalez, and the Dodgers get the double play. So the Dodgers turned in a couple of double plays in the first 2 games, and they bail out Capuano in the first inning tonight. At the end of half an inning, no score. Gives up a base hit, then gets the double play. Let's take a look now at Don Mattingly's lineup, trying to get Capuano some runs. Carl Crawford leading off in left field. Yasiel Puig suddenly moved up to the number 2 slot. Adrian Gonzalez at first. Hanley Ramirez marking his return. He's back in the familiar cleanup spot. Skip Schumacher in center. Mark Ellis at second. Jerry Hairston at third. Tim Fedorovich behind the plate, and Chris Capuano on the mound. On the mound for the New York Mets, his name is Dylan G. He's 6'1", 205-pounder, a 21-round pick by the Mets 6 years ago out of the University of Texas, Arlington. Couple of notes on him before he begins to pitch. Number 1, he's the highest number of home runs allowed on the road. He's given up 14. Second highest ERA on the road, about 5.5. So Dylan G ready to go to work, and Carl Crawford up there waiting to meet him, and Crawford takes a strike, and they count 0-1. Crawford, among other things, making a dazzling catch and taking away an extra base hit in the 9th inning last night from Justin Turner. The next one is swung on, fouled away, and they count 0-2. Give you a couple of notes about Carl Crawford. In the month of August, he's hitting .362. When he does put the first pitch in play, he's hitting .391. So Crawford is up there, good leadoff man. Swings, fouls it away right into the Mets dugout, and the count stays 0-2. So Carl Crawford followed by Yasiel Puig, and Puig and Crawford is quite a 1-2 punch in the month of August. Crawford hitting .362, Puig .415. Crawford swings, fouls one away. Low bridging Tim Wallach over there at third. No balls and 2 strikes the count. Dylan G, when you look at his work, the hitters first time around hit less than .230 against him. Right-hander strike 2 pitch on the way, and that's fisted foul into the crowd. Second time around, the hitters improved. They hit .276 against him. The third time around, they hit over .300, and if there is a fourth time and he's still in there, they hit .357. Dylan G. 0-2 the count. G looks down, getting a sign from John Buck. And the strike 2 pitch on the way. Swung on, a hopper up the middle. Flag behind the bag by Turner. And a good throw to first in time for the out. So the redhead from Long Beach, Justin Turner, goes behind second base to take a base hit away from Carl Crawford. And we have one away. Talking about defensive alignment, here are the Mets. Ike Davis and Daniel Murphy. Then you have Turner and Satin on the left side. Andrew Brown starting tonight. Lagares in center, Bird in right, and Buck behind the plate. So here comes Yasiel Puig, as we mentioned, hitting .415 in the month of August. Overall batting average .373. And the first pitch swung on, hit foul down the right field line. 0-1 the count. So Yasiel back up with 11 home runs, 27 runs batted in. Back comes G, fastball inside, almost hit him. Puig staying in there, thinking it might be a breaking ball. 1 ball and 1 strike the count. The 1-1 pitch on the way is a ground ball to short. Turner is on that one, guns it over to first in time. And just like that, we have 2 down in the first inning, and the batter will be Adrian Gonzalez. G might be a familiar name if you are either old enough to remember or you read a lot of backgrounds on these players. There was a pitcher in the National League by the name of Johnny G, John Alexander G. He was 6'9". He was a left-hand pitcher out of Syracuse, New York. Played for the Pirates, the New York Giants. Dylan G deals, and the first pitch lifted to left field. Right there is Andrew Brown, and that'll be that. So an easy inning for Dylan G. 1, 2, 3, and at the end of an inning, no score. making 10 pitches to retire the side. Now in inning number 2, Marlon Byrd, Justin Turner, and Ike Davis. Dodgers rolling along in high gear. They've won this series by winning the first 2 games of 3. That means in the last 16 series, they have won 12, have not lost any. They've split 4 in 16, which is the longest stretch of series without a loss in Dodger history. Last time they did lose way back in the middle of June to Pittsburgh. So here's Marlon Byrd, the veteran out of Boynton Beach, Florida, who now lives in La Jolla. Originally drafted by the Phillies in the 10th round, and promptly lifts one into very shallow left center. That will drop for a base hit. Hanley chasing it out there and gets it back to the infield. So a little fly ball single for Byrd. And the batter will be the shortstop, Justin Turner. So Hanley Ramirez trying to get out from under a flare, couldn't do it. Justin Turner coming up, another local boy. Justin from Long Beach, went to Cal State Fullerton, and he and Tim Wallach swapping alumni stories, I'm sure. In fact, when Justin was little, he was a bat boy for Cal State Fullerton. So the right hand hitter waiting. Justin then lifts one to right field. Puig has a long way to come, and it's going to drop for a hit. On his way to third, and a great throw, got him. Holy mackerel, what a throw. Marlon Byrd looked like he had the play easily, and Yasiel Puig hammers him with a tremendous throw to third. A great quick catch and tag by Jerry Hairston, and right there was Jeff Kellogg to call him out. So Puig has done it again. That's the second time he's made a great throw to nail a runner at third. You remember he also nailed one at first to end the game. Boy, what overall talent he has. Wow. So despite 2 base hits, the Mets have 1 out and a runner at first. Capuano ready and deals, and it's in for a strike. I mean, you talk about a bazooka. You talk about something that came out of a rocket. That was Puig's throw. So a base hit by Turner and an out at third. The strike 1 pitch on the way, low and away. 1 ball and 1 strike. So the throw by Puig canceled out that little fly ball single by Marlon Byrd. Ike Davis was struggling. They sent him out, and he has come back, and he's been hitting reasonably well. Got his average up to 206, considering the fact he was way down. He's had to get some hits to get it up there. He takes low, ball 2, 2-1. When they sent Ike out, he was hitting 161. Since they called him back July 5th, he's hitting 302. Isaac Benjamin Davis, better known as Ike. 2-1 pitch is instead a throw to first. Turner diving back to the bag. Turner has not been involved in a stolen base. The people who do the running, wouldn't you know, David Wright has stolen 17. EY has stolen a total of 23. 2-1 pitch on the way, swung on, ground ball, short hop by Gonzalez. They get 1 on a tag. Hanley Ramirez realized that he was off the bag. He was unable to turn a double play. So wisely, instead of hoping they might call the old neighborhood play, he went back and stepped on the bag, and that took the double play away. So Davis is at first on the force play to Ramirez. 2 down. And Andrew Brown coming up. First time that we have seen Brown in the series, hitting .235. 4 home runs, 11 runs batted in. If I remember correctly, he had a big 3-run home run against Arizona before they got here. He swings, fouls it back 0-1. The mention of Arizona reminds us to tell you Arizona and Baltimore went 14 innings this afternoon. Arizona pulled it out. Aaron Hill, ground ball single up the middle, scoring Gerardo Parra to give Arizona a sweep. Andrew Brown out of Dallas, Texas, went to the University of Nebraska. Capuano comes back to him with a change and floats it in there for a strike. That came in at 77. So Capuano with 2 outs, second inning, no score. Andrew Brown, who was signed by the Cardinals 5 years ago, making his debut in this series. His big year in Colorado Springs, he had 24 home runs in the rarefied air of that state. Now the strike 2 pitch on the way. A little chin music, up and in. 1-2 the count. Andrew Brown is an even 6, 190. He'll be 29 in September. From May into the first week of June, he was on the DL. Oh, coming back now. 1-2 the count. Capuano with the runner getting a good jump, and a slow curveball is low. So with Capuano in the midst of a delivery, Davis just took off and stole second base easily. Davis is now 4 for 4 in stolen bases. Now when you steal on Capuano, you're doing very well. Number one, he has an excellent move to first base, and usually it's about 500 whether you can steal or whether you're caught. In fact, in his career, that's the 30th stolen base, and he has caught 22. 2-2 pitch is swung on, hit down the right field line. Puig in pursuit, but it's well back into the crowd. When you talk about a left-hander and what a great move he has to first base, you're also talking about a left-hander who has a very, very deceptive move in the sense he comes so close to balking. Actually, for Capuano, the last balk that he's had was 2005. That was the year when the base stealers were 2 for 11 running against him. So it is rare to see a stolen base, and Davis lifted his wallet with 2 out here in the second inning. Meanwhile, Clayton Kershaw, who can write a book on holding on runners, watching, and Capuano with a 2-ball, 2-strike count. Fastball lined to right field, in there for a base hit. It bounces by Puig, who couldn't cut it off. So scoring is Davis. Into second base goes Brown with the double, and finally the Mets get on the board. It took them 3 hits to score, plus a stolen base. So Brown, line drive, double to right. John Buck, the catcher, will be coming up. Puig trying to cut it off, but he was playing more towards right center against a right-hand batter, and he just couldn't get over there. So the run is in, and now here is John Buck. So huffing and puffing, but resting Ike Davis. Brown at second base, 1-0 New York. John Buck, and we've certainly talked about him during the series. He takes an off-speed pitch, ball 1. If I remember correctly now, his wife is about 13 days overdue in her pregnancy. They have twins. She had a cesarean for the twins, and she wants a natural childbirth this time. And Buck keeps waiting for the phone to ring. They're not finished. When they leave here, they go to San Diego, and then, if that's not enough, they have to stop off in Minnesota to play a makeup game. So whether Buck makes it for the entire trip or not, that would be up to his wife. We certainly wish them both very well. God bless. 2-0 the count to John Buck. Capuano deals and misses. Probably the idea of pitching around Buck with the pitcher G coming up. And now they say, oh, let's put him on. So in a moment, Buck will get the intentional pass, and the Mets will have runners at first and second. So thanks to Puig, it's only 1-0 because they've had 2 singles, a double, a walk, and a stolen base for 1. Dylan G coming up. Dylan G is 6'1". When he was 16 years old, he was 5'2" and weighed 95 pounds. And in his sophomore year, he grew 8 inches. Boy, that is a growth spurt. Fouls it back. 0-1 the count. Dylan from Claiborne, Texas. He attended Nolan Ryan's 7th and last no-hitter in Arlington. He was all of 5 years old. The Mets, of course, waited until last year to finally get a no-hitter from Johan Santana against the Cardinals. 0-2 on a big slow swing by G. No balls and 2 strikes, 2 out, 2 on, 1-0 New York. So again, they score early. Capuano out of his stretch, looks back at second, comes to G, swung on and missed, and that'll do it. So the Mets, thanks to a big play by Yasiel Puig, score only 1 as Puig raced over, picked up the base hit, and just threw a dart to third base and nailing the unsuspecting Bird for the out. And it's 1-0 New York. Dodgers will have Hanley Ramirez, Skip Schumacher, and Mark Ellis. You know, it's interesting. Last night, when their record was 38-8 and they won their 39th, we were talking about the fact what a bitter pill to those who remember the New York Giants going 39-8 to take a pennant the Dodgers certainly thought they had clinched and send it back to the Polar Grounds in New York, and that Giant ball club went on to the World Series. Tonight, when you look at Don Mattingly's club and the record they hold, 39-8, they have to go a couple of more notches to get close to the St. Louis Cardinal team of 1942. The Cardinals had a spurt where they were 41-7. But it brings up, just as the New York numbers did, it brings up yet another painful memory to anybody who does Dodger history. The Cardinals of 40-7 will bring up something that perhaps you haven't heard about. The pitch to Hanley Ramirez taken for a strike. The Dodgers were sailing along. They were 9 games in front of the Cardinals, and I mean they were playing great. And the owner of the Dodgers in those days was a redhead by the name of Larry McPhail, and he could be very explosive. And McPhail was watching his ball club win, but he didn't like the way they were playing. Hanley grounds one foul and the count 0-2. So Larry McPhail went into the clubhouse in Old Ebbets Field, called a meeting with the entire team, and he said, "You're not going to win." Can you imagine the owner telling a club that was piling up the victories, and he's saying, "You're not going to win"? And one of the most popular players on the Dodgers back in those days was a right fielder named Dixie Walker, who was known as the People's Church. Ramirez fouls another one away. Well, Dixie, along with other Dodger players, were furious. Can you imagine the president coming in and telling us we're not going to win? We're 9 games in front. So Dixie said to McPhail, "I'll bet you $200 we win by 8 games." McPhail stopped dead because there's no way he was going to bet against his team. He'd chew him out, but that's about it. Slider away, 1-2 the count. So McPhail said, "I'm not going to bet, but I'm telling you, you're not going to win." Well, in 1942, with a 154-game schedule, the Brooklyn Dodgers went 104-50. 104-50. And the Cardinals went 106-48. Fly ball into shallow left center. Coming in for it now is Lagares and makes the play. 1 away. No reflection on this current team in any way, shape, or form. But it is interesting that a ball club that won 104 games, losing only 50, wound up a couple of bucks short. This club has not shown any sense of being nonchalant about what they're doing. They can't afford to be because so many of their victories have been magical. Talking about magic, Skip Schumacher has found himself a wand. In April, he was hitting 139. In May, he hit 300. Then in June, tailed back to 244. In July, hit 375. Swings, doesn't get it, 1-1. And this month of August, Schumacher is hitting 310. 1 ball and 1 strike, 1 out, second inning, 1-0 in favor of the Mets. Little nubber up along third, down to get it is G. Throws a sinker and a great save at first by Ike Davis. Boy, that was a tough play. The throw was heading towards the first base coach's box, and Davis makes a wonderful play. Say a reminder, Dodgers and Red Sox, August 23rd through the 25th, and you can be here as a limited number of individual tickets for these games are still available. So buy your tickets today at Dodgers.com/tickets. 2 down, second inning. Mark Ellis checking in. Ellis in last night's game went 2 for 4. Has a look at a pitch in for a strike and the count 0-1. He was robbed of a hit in the earlier game and went 1 for 4. And he had 2 hits and a triple, remember, in his last game against the Rays. So Mark Ellis, 6 home runs, 38 runs batted in. G pitching out of a stretch, and the fastball is high. 2-1 the count. Dylan G comes right back, snakes a fastball in for a strike. Ellis waiting. Hairston on deck. 2-2 pitch popped up left side. Going out for it is Turner, calling and waiting, and makes the catch for the out. So Mark Ellis pops it up. Dodgers are done, retired 6 in a row, and at the end of 2, 1-0 New York. To the top of the third inning. Interesting concept. If you took the Braves, the Pirates, the Dodgers, and the Cardinals, put them all in one division, how would the Rays look? Well, as of the moment, if you did that, the Braves would be in first place. The Pirates would be 2 games back of the Braves. The Dodgers, with all of their great numbers, 19 games above 500, they'd be 3.5 games behind Atlanta. And the Cardinals, who are right on the heels of the Dodgers, would be 4 back. Well, the Braves are certainly flying. Pittsburgh doing the same. And now the Dodgers have taken off. And we're still in August. Another thing about the Dodgers, who are 1 game in that makeup division, 1 game ahead of the Cardinals. First pitch to Lagares, missing, and catches the corner for a strike. If you go back to June 21st, when the Dodgers started the streak, they were trailing the Cardinals by 16 games. Strike 1 pitch, swung on and missed. Lagares, another rookie who has done well in his brief career since being called up. Juan Lagares homered in the first game. First row of seats in left field between the foul pole and the Dodger bullpen. Strike 2 pitch chased in the dirt. Fedorovich digs it out, throws to first, and Lagares strikes out. 1 out here in the third inning. Say, you know, Tuesday, August 27th, the Dodgers and the Cubs. And the first 50,000 fans in attendance receive a Rick Monday flag-saving bobblehead. Compliments of San Manuel Indian Bingo and Casino. So for tickets, visit Dodgers.com/promotions. Rick carrying the flag, now carrying the verbiage on the radio side of the ball game, along with Charlie Steiner. 1 away, Daniel Murphy. Singled in the first inning. Murph hit an 0-2 pitch into center field, so we'll see how Capuano works him this time. 1-0 Mets. 1 out third inning. And first pitch in for a strike, and the count 0-1. Murphy, very much of a student of his job, takes off the plate 1-1. He was a teammate of Carlos Delgado, and Delgado for years bought kind of a CVS brand notebook and kept track of every single pitch and every at-bat. Curveball is off the plate, 2-1. And so Daniel Murphy decided to do that. He had some film of Delgado hitting a home run, and he went straight to the notebook. Delgado started to write down every pitch in the at-bat, and that really impressed Murphy. He promptly strokes one into right field. So Murphy is 2 for 2. Single to center on 0-2, and singles to right 2-1.
Third baseman number 13, Josh Satin.
So that'll bring up Josh Satin, who grounded into the double play in the first inning. Capuano's been pretty tough on left-hand batters, and yet Murphy 2 for 2 against him. In fact, during Capuano's career, left-handers hit about 230. So Murphy, who is the full player, he does everything right. He has stolen 14 out of 17. And the first pitch to Satin misses, ball 1. 1-0. Satin looking down to Tim Tuffle over at first base, former Dodger outfielder Tommy Goodwin. Tim, whether he flashed out a sign or not, Goodwin poised and at the ready. There's a one-hopper banged into left field. Murphy will go to second and hold on. So with 1 out, back-to-back singles by Murphy and Satin. Capuano in some trouble now, and Marlon Byrd coming up.
Right fielder number 6, Marlon
Nice
Byrd.
swing by Satin. He puts on that pitch, strokes it into left field. Marlon Byrd was 4 for 12 against Capuano. Now he's 5 for 13. It was Bird trying to go from first to third on the base hit by Turner. And that tremendous throw by Yasiel Puig nailed him at third base. A remarkable throw by a rather remarkable player. So 1 out, Capuano in some trouble. And the first pitch in the dirt, 1 ball and no strikes. New ball put in play. Eric Cooper, the plate umpire, fires it out to Capuano. When Eric Cooper's behind the plate, it gets your attention. He was behind the plate when Hideo Nomo with the Red Sox tossed a no-hitter against Baltimore. He was also behind the plate when Mark Burley did the same to Texas. And he was behind the plate when Burley pitched his perfect game against Tampa Bay. The 1-0 pitch missing, 2-0. So when Eric Cooper is behind the plate, there have been some dazzling pitched games. 2-0 to Bird. Justin Turner waiting on deck. The Mets have 6 hits already in 2 1/3 innings, but only 1 run. Capuano's next pitch floats high. 3-0. Well, if you're Marlon Bird, they have you in the cleanup spot. He's already proven that he can hit Capuano, and he has 17 home runs. So you put it all together and you figure, you know what? Terry will green light him, and it's a question of whether he likes the location of the pitch. 3-0 to Bird. Capuano ready, swung on, and a high fly ball into left center. Wouldn't you know, it's in the bleachers, and just like that, it's 4-0 New York. I would have wagered the house that he was green lighting 3-0. So Marlon Bird, it's a 3-run home run, and all of a sudden it's 3-0, and now 4 as he hits the dish. 4 runs and 7 hits.
Batting next, shortstop number 2, Justin Turner.
So Bird goes back into the dugout. For Marlon Bird, who had 17 home runs, that's the first one that he has hit in his last 24 games. And he got it on that 3-0 pitch, and that was typical of Terry Collins to green light him. And it's also the 100th home run in his career. So 4-0 New York. And the pitch now in for a strike to Justin Turner. Well, the Dodgers were down 6-0, remember, to Tampa Bay. They have a similar challenge tonight. 0-1. Next pitch way inside. For Capuano, that was the 10th home run that he's allowed. Justin Turner, another local boy from Long Beach. And Justin single to right field. Check swing foul. 1-2. Four runs, 7 hits, no errors for the Mets. No runs, no hits, no errors for the Dodgers. And Marlon Bird. The Bird flies away, 3 runs on the board to make it 4-0 Mets. Turner, meanwhile, fooled on the pitch and strikes out. Remember the pattern we told you about Capuano at the start of the game? About the 0s and the 5s? Well, it looks like he's starting off on one of those 5 games. He also made 46 pitches. Ike Davis hit into a force play in the 2nd inning and then stole a base. Two out, bases empty thanks to Marlon Bird. 4-0 New York. And the first pitch a little low. Dodgers have clinched the series. Arizona won. So of course Arizona would love for the opportunity of finally to picking up a game. The 1-0 pitch on the way, and Ike takes in for a strike. High part of the strike zone. 1 ball and 1 strike. Davis waiting, and the 1-1 pitch swung on, popped in the air, foul off to the right and out of play. Oh, Davis back up and waiting. Ike lives over in Scottsdale, went to Arizona State. He was a first-round pick by the Mets back in 2008. Son of a former Major League right-hander, Ron Davis. Fouls another one off. Ike Davis, as a youngster, was a bat boy for the Pacific Coast League's Phoenix Firebirds. That was giant property in those days. And by the time he was 14, because of his dad being a big league pitcher, he was taking batting practice off people like Goose Gossage. 1-2, fastball grounded to the right side. Mark Ellis to Adrian, and that's it. A 3-run home run by Marlon Byrd on a 3-0 pitch, and at the end of 2.5 innings, 4-0 New York. Go to the bottom of the 3rd inning. The Dodgers still looking for a hit against Dylan G. And it'll be Jerry Hairston, Tim Fedorovich, and then Chris Capuano. So Marlon Byrd, the big bird so far in this game tonight. Byrd 1 year with Texas hit 20 home runs. So he has 18 now for the Mets. Jerry hitting .245. His brother was with the Mets for 2 years. Jerry with 2 home runs, 19 runs batted in. G's first pitch is high, ball 1. 1-0 the count to Hairston as the Dodgers try to come back. One ball and no strikes. Hairston takes off the plate, ball 2. Over the year, G has certainly been better when he's ahead in the score. Big difference. Here's the 2-0 pitch, and that's inside, ball 3. When he's ahead, the opposition batting average is in the 240. When he is behind, the batting average of the opponents jumps up to 340. And a strike, 3-1. Dylan G, 27 years old, signed with the Mets in 2007, and he pitched briefly in the big leagues 3 years later. Check swing, they're going to cost a strike. 3-2 the count to Jerry Hairston. Waiting on deck, Tim Fedorovich. 4 runs, 7 hits for New York. No runs, no hits for the Dodgers. We're in the 3rd. The 3-2 pitch, check swing foul, though Hairston's still there. Basically, Hairston and all of the other Dodgers in checking on G. The reports say a four-seam fastball up to maybe 92. Good sinking two-seam fastball. Slider, change, slow curveball, and also has a cutter. 3-2 to Jerry Hairston. And the pitch is swung on, fly ball to left field, very playable. Brown is right there. So Hairston, the out to left, 7 in a row retired by Dylan G. And the batter, Tim Fedorovich. Fedorovich giving A.J. Ellis a breather. A.J., as usual, figured prominently in last night's game. He had that base hit to drive in 2 in the 6th inning. Turned the game from 2-1 to a more relaxed 4-1. So Fedorovich, right-hand hitter, takes high and inside, ball 1. There's A.J. along with his buddy Clayton Kershaw. If you see one, you'll see the other, and Mark Ellis on the other side of Clayton. The 1-0 pitch on the outside corner for a strike. 1-1. Fedorovich in his 50th career game. A milestone for him. Tim fouls it back. 1-2 the count. For Dylan G, all he has to do is think about last year. It was a nightmare year. Not that he was 6-7. More importantly, something else. 1-2 pitch, grounded foul. It was July 9th, and Dylan was experiencing numbness in his fingers. They found that he had a clot in an artery, which doctors used a catheter to break up the clot, and he was put on the DL. But there's more. Here's the 1-2 pitch, swung on and missed, and down goes Fedorovich. G couldn't feel anything in his arm, and it was about 36 hours after he had completed one of the best starts of his life at Citi Field. After the game, he iced down the arm as usual, took a hot shower, and then the hand began to feel numb. Went to dinner with his wife, and by the time he woke up the next morning, he had exaggerated numbness. No one really knew how dire his condition had been or was. Capuano takes the strike. Well, he finally realized there's something wrong. It took 5 days, and he went from fine to surgery. The 1-0 pitch swung on and missed. Surgeons removed a 4-inch section of a vein near his groin and grafted it into the axillary artery in his shoulder. Wow. And here he is with the Dodgers leading 4-0, third inning. Hasn't allowed a hit yet. 1-2 to count to Capuano. February, they checked him out again, and he's okay. In fact, in February, because he was still in New York, he had nitroglycerin cream nearby in cold weather just in case, but the numbness did not return. 2-2 pitch. Capuano hits a comebacker. Dylan kicks it, but he's got plenty of time. And that'll be that. So down go the Dodgers, 9 in a row. And at the end of 3, it's 4-0 Mets. 4-0. It might have been more, except for the great throw by Yasiel Puig. Time now for our Twitter poll. Who would you choose as the Dodger Rookie of the Year? Yasiel Puig or Hyun-Jin Ryu? Well, you can tweet hashtag ROY for Rookie of the Year, ROY Puig or ROY Ryu. Stay with us and we'll check results later on. Meanwhile, Yasiel looking up at the scoreboard, enjoying a moment before he goes back to work. I'm sorry you weren't here, and I hope you were with us on that throw in the second inning. That was one for the books. When Bird had singled, Turner singled to right. Bird tried to go to third, and it was a dead Bird on that magnificent throw. But then Bird answered back and hit the big 3-run home run on the 3-0 pitch. So it's 4-0 New York in the fourth inning. Andrew Brown doubled to right in the second inning and goes the other way again. So that's the 8th hit given up by Capuano in 3 innings plus. So he is not fooling anybody and struggling as John Buck comes up. Rick Honeycutt, Don Mattingly obviously distressed. Buck walked and G to follow. 4-0 Mets in the fourth inning. Dodgers have won 4 of the 5 from the Mets. The first pitch to Buck, breaking ball missed. Wyoming. Tom Browning pitched a perfect game for Cincinnati against the Dodgers. You wonder over the years how many major league players came from Delaware, a little state. One ball and one strike. Turned over a little low. 2-1. Capuano has to pitch. He can't rear back and throw 97 or 98 like Matt Harvey. He has to be truly specific. Come back and juggle, recovered, gets one. Plenty of time for Ellis. Buck going down the line. So 1-4-3 double play. That would be the second double play turned in by the Dodgers. Comebacker to Capuano. Watch Ellis go inside. When you're playing second base and you're the middleman on a double play, you have a lot of ways to turn. The first way is to take the throw and keep the bag in front. So when the runner comes in, he's nowhere near you. Or you can do this time, you run across the bag so the runner can't get anywhere close, and you make the easy double play. And Mark knows as well, 36 years old, lengthy career in the big leagues. He knows how to do it. 0-1 to Dylan G. University of Texas. One ball and one strike. We were talking before about Dylan G. At the age of 16, he was 5'2" and weighed 95 pounds. In his sophomore year, he grew 8 inches. Imagine his mom and dad, the entire wardrobe's gone. 8 inches. He's now 6'1". 1-2. 2-2. Ground foul, just foul. Hairston couldn't get to it. Straddling the line, Jeff Kellogg, perfect view. This close. So 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. 4th inning, and the Mets sitting on top of a 4-0 lead. Dodgers will have Crawford, Puig, and Gonzalez when they bat in the bottom of the 4th. 2-2. That was 90 miles an hour. Not a lot of movement, so when the pitcher fouls off a 90-mile-an-hour fastball, there couldn't have been too much movement on it. 3-2. Fastball whacked to left field. Going back is Crawford. It's over his head. It's at the wall. Bouncing away, and it'll be a double. And now G is going for 3, and G whiz. Dylan G doubles and then decides to risk it with 2 out and winds up with a triple. And looking at G, he's had 5 singles this year, and he was hitting 116. The tip-off, I think, on that at-bat was that 90-mile-an-hour fastball thrown by Capuano, and G was able to hit it. Admittedly foul, but he hit it. And that was a tip-off, and then G winds up with a triple. Triple of his own. They really wanted him at second. First career triple for G. He has 3 doubles. So with 2 out, now Juan Lagares is trying to pick him up. And that's in there for a strike. 0-1. So we're in the 4th inning. And the Mets have had singles, a double, a triple, and a home run. Justin Turner laughing about the base running exploits of Dylan G. Capuano in the dirt. Capuano with a runner at third. You check him out always. And Chris has 5 wild pitches. So he has to be careful. 1 ball and 1 strike. Fastball down to Adrian, and that'll do it. They'll leave G at third. So we're heading to the bottom of the 4th inning with the New York Mets sitting on top of a 4-0 lead. Farmer Boys. Get an award-winning Farmer's Burger topped with farm fresh veggies, cheese, bacon, and avocado. By Chase. Send money to almost anyone, anywhere with your smartphone. Chase Quick Pay, so you can. And by El Pollo Loco. Crazy you can taste. Bottom of the fourth inning, and the Mets leading 4-0, piling up 9 hits in their 4 innings. For the Dodgers, they've enjoyed a tremendous burst, going third, 39-8. And of the 39 victories, they've had to have tough 13 comeback wins. And the largest deficit we were just talking about, remember they were down 6-0 against the Tampa Bay Rays, and they scored 1 in the 7th, 2 in the 8th, 4 in the 9th, and pulled that one out. So we'll see if tonight they can repeat the magic or eventually succumb to a defeat. If they do lose, Arizona, having gone 14 innings and beat Baltimore to give them a sweep, Arizona would then be 6.5 back. Carl Crawford grounded out 0 for 1. Dylan G, after his exploits on the bases, about ready. Here we go. And ball 1. Crawford has had a very solid August, hitting .291. Spent about 9 years with Tampa Bay, and 5 of them he hit over .300. 1 ball and no strikes. And there's a base hit into right, hit number 1. We'll see if it was worth it for Dylan G to disdain a stand-up double and wind up giving up a triple. It was a nice play, and his teammates got some fun out of it, but now he's got to go back to work, and he's greeted with a base hit. So here comes Puig, grounded out in the first inning. Yasiel making that incredible throw to nail Bird at third base in the second inning. June the 3rd, and since that date, 88 hits. Tries to bunt, left it in Buck's mitt, 0-1. There's a little bit of conversation going on about Puig. Could he possibly win the batting crown? He's hitting .371. Of course, number one, he has to have the required number of plate appearances to be eligible. And he's got, well over 100 shy. 0-1. And another strike. What they do is you have to have 3.1 plate appearances for every game played by your team. That's part of a somewhat complicated mathematical deal, but that's the first thing to keep in mind. 0-2 the count to Yasiel Puig. Bad ball, went after it. One away. So G just pitched him away. You can see Buck is setting way off the plate. And down goes Yasiel. Containing his temper, that's good. Had that bat poised as if he's going to smash it. He's learning. One away. Adrian Gonzalez flied to left field in the first inning. Remember, he had that string of an RBI. Oh, a pickoff play, and that'll do it for Crawford. So Dylan G gives up a base hit, then picks off Crawford, strikes out Puig, and he's leading 4-0. The Crawford thought he had gotten back. Paul Schreiber said no way. Tag on the elbow, and I think Crawford feels the tag was on the elbow. My hand was on the bag, but he's done. 4-0 New York. Gonzalez 0 for 1. And a strike. Adrian had that consecutive streak, an RBI in 7 straight. Interesting, it was snapped last night, and he had 2 good chances. Last night in the 4th inning, he came up, nobody out, runners at first and second, and flied to left. Came up in the 6th inning and flied to right with a man aboard, so it finally came to an end. 1 ball and 1 strike. 2-1. 4 runs, 9 hits. In the 2nd inning, the Mets got a run. They had to really work for it. They had a walk, 2 singles, a double, and a stolen base for 1. 2-2. And then in the 3rd inning, with 1 out, runners at first and second, Capuano went 3 balls and no strikes on Marlon Byrd. Byrd, the #1 home run hitter since Wright is not playing. So 3-0, you knew he was going to be green lighted. Terry did just that, and Byrd hit it in the pavilion. Line drive, hits the chalk. So the ball's in play. Holding at first base with the long single is Adrian Gonzalez. So the pickoff of Crawford is somewhat important, and Hanley Ramirez coming up. Line drive, and it hit the chalk going down the right field line right there. In fact, just inside it. Hanley Ramirez flied to center in the 2nd inning, 0 for 1. Dodgers will be particularly interested in how Hanley Ramirez feels tomorrow. And a strike. Don Mattingly talking about Hanley. He said, we really don't know that he's medically able to go. This time of year, everybody's feeling something. He won't be limited at all. We feel like he's ready to go. Looks healthy. I'm not sure what else we could do. So here he is. 0-1. And that's poked into right field. So 3 hits in the inning, but that pickoff of Kyle Crawford is huge. And the batter now will be Skip Schumacher. So Crawford thinking of what might have been. 3 singles all to right field. Danny Warthen going out to the mound. Danny, the pitching coach. Danny was the pitching coach here for the Dodgers in 2006 and 2007. He's also the pitching coach in the past with Seattle and with San Diego and with Detroit. So he's been with 5 teams. Delightful personality and a good teacher. So here in the inning, the Dodgers trying to get on the board. Crawford singles, but he's picked off. Puig strikes out. Gonzalez singles to right. Ramirez singles to right. And Schumacher checking in. Of course, this would be the spot for Andre Ethier, but Andre out with that tight calf in the left leg. Oh and 1. Ethier has 7 home runs, 41 runs batted in. Schumacher has 2 home runs, 26 runs batted in. On deck, Mark Ellis. So it's 4-0 Mets. Dodgers trying to get something going here in the 4th inning. Little low and off the plate. 1 ball and 1 strike. And that's poked into left field. Base hit. What will they do? They will hold Adrian. So the bases are loaded as Schumacher singles to left. 4 hits in the inning, and the Dodgers still don't have a run. And of course, for Dylan G, he might have learned a lesson. I mean, let's face it. He was sailing along. He had retired 9 in a row. And then he hit the double. Only the double wasn't good enough. He decided to stretch it for 3. I'm sure Terry would like to have tied him up at second base. But he stretched it for 3 and made it, only to come out now and give up 4 singles, but no runs because of the pickoff of Carl Crawford. So here's Mark Ellis. Has done very well against New York pitching throughout his career, 347. And ball 1. Mark, 38 runs batted in. So Gonzalez, Ramirez, and Schumacher all out there with 2 down. Terry working on that gun, watching Dylan G. That's in there on the outside part of the plate. We're in the 4th inning. Mets got a run in the 2nd and 3 in the 3rd. Dodgers not recovered, but they're getting close here with 4 singles in the 4th inning. 1-1. Fastball, fly ball, shallow left center. Here comes Lagares, and that'll be that. So Ellis a fly ball. The Dodgers frustrated, 4 hits and leave 3 and fail to score, and it's still 4-0 New York. Four in Miami, then come home and play the Boston Red Sox starting on the 23rd, then the Chicago Cubs starting on the 26th, and they finish up the last 2 days in August and September 1 at home with the San Diego Padres. Club goes out to Colorado, Cincinnati, and then they have the toughest part of the September schedule. Meanwhile, Dylan G with that right arm wrapped deep in thought, talking about, I'm sure, the double and the extra energy to make it 3 and then go out. The biggest play he's made tonight, picking off Carl Crawford, that's for sure, and Crawford knows it. So into the 5th we go. 4-0 New York, and Daniel Murphy 2 for 2. Oh, Danny Boy. Murph hitting .277. 9 home runs, 53 runs batted in. One and one. The Mets third in the National League East, behind the runaway Atlanta Braves. So the Mets began the day 17.5 games behind Atlanta. 1 and 1. 1 and 2. Atlanta is okay on the road, but they just dominate at home. The Atlanta Braves are 41-17 at home. That's 24 games above 500. Wow. Did that hit him? But he swung at it. Daniel Murphy hurt himself a little bit. So I think everything happened. He swung at it. It might have hit him, or at least he twisted his leg. And I believe he hit it foul. Now Terry Collins is coming out because it looks like Eric Cooper saying, no, you've struck out. And now they've decided, no, he did foul it. You know the old story, if you swing at a pitch and the pitch hits you, it's a strike. Up in. He's trying not to swing, but he did. It hit him, and he also fouled it. So Murphy will be allowed to get back up there. 1 ball and 2 strikes to count. And a little flare. Hanley going out, makes the play. So Murphy pops out to Hanley Ramirez. 1 out in the 5th inning. That'll bring up Josh Satin. Satin hit into a double play and single to left. Josh lived in Hidden Hills. I think he's moved over to Calabasas. Did go to Harvard Westlake and to Cal Berkeley. 0-1 the count. Hitting behind Satin is Marlon Byrd. One ball and 1 strike. I remember the correct story. Satin saw a lot of games here, but he really saw a lot of Laker games. His father had season tickets, so he grew up attending a lot of athletic events. Even though he was a Dodger fan, he said his favorite player was Chipper Jones. I loved his little bit of philosophy. He majored in political science. He said, I really had to look myself in the mirror. And I said, I'm not who I think I am, and I have to become who I want to be. And he drives one to center. Schumacher still on the grass. Throw a long fly ball. And we have 2 down in the 5th inning, and the batter, Marlon Byrd.
Number 6, Marlon Byrd.
Byrd was hitting .333 against Capuano, and he came up in the 2nd inning and promptly singled. And then he came up with 2 on, 1 out, had a 3-0 count. Terry Collins gave him the green light, and Byrd hit it in the pavilion. 18th home run of the year. One ball and no strikes to Marlon Byrd. Marlin's an even 6-footer, about 215 pounds. 2-0. We were talking about Dylan G having a blood clot. Bird had a bad one. Ground ball fair, though he's off to the races against Capuano. Marlin heading for second, the throw off line, and he's in there with the double. So Bird has a single, a double, and a home run in 5 innings of at-bats. He just drilled that thing right over the bag.
Justin Turner.
So the 2-out double will bring up Justin Turner. You know, talking about Bird and the blood clot, it was so serious, so severe that it cut off the circulation. They're going to walk Justin Turner. The blood clot was so severe for Marlon Bird that the surgeons considered immediate amputation. Cleaned out the infection and he got away with it. And of course Mark Ellis could swap stories about how close he came. But the problem for Marlon Bird, he had to wear a cast for 6 weeks. And suddenly, while he was rehabbing, he was putting on weight. Now he's an even 6. But by the time he got through rehabbing, which means eating, his weight was 315 pounds. So he's had to really work to get it back down to 215. And he's out there with a single, double, and 3-run home run. 4-0 Mets. 2 out. First and second. And the batter is Ike Davis. Davis hit into a force play, grounded out 0 for 2. Turned him around, almost hit him. Brandon Lee is now up in the Dodger bullpen. Capuano is due to bat third when the Dodgers hit in the 5th. One ball and no strikes. Fastball, towering fly ball to right. It's playable. Puig right there. 2 hands. No run, 1 hit, 2 left. And at the end of 4.5 innings, it remains, thanks to Mr. Bird, 4-0 New York. Friends to Dodger Stadium for baseball and a movie. That'll be Sunday, September 1. After the game with the Padres at 1:10, the Dodgers will show The Sandlot. on the new high-definition video screens. For tickets and more information, visit Dodgers.com/The Sandlot. For the Dodgers, not only a fun team to watch, especially when they were so hot, it's reflected in the attendance. Dodgers right now figuring they will go to 2.8 million. And the first pitch in for a strike, 0-1. Interesting comparing Dylan G to the hard-throwing Matt Harvey. Hairston flied to left in the third inning and drives one to slight right center. Lagares covering all over makes the play. One down. Dylan G has gotten more swings and misses than Matt Harvey got all of last night. You would certainly think with Harvey throwing 98 there'd be more, but no. There were 8 swings and misses so far, while Matt, there he is, had only half a dozen. And he throws so much harder than Dylan G. Right. One out, bottom of the 5th inning, 4-0 in favor of the Mets. Fedorovich struck out in the 3rd, and he's in a hole now, 0-2. You know, you realize when you look at the National League East, the Atlanta Braves has to be a terrific franchise and a great ball club. They've won 73 games, more than any other team in the big leagues. Well, the Mets plays them dead even. The Mets and the Atlanta Braves have played 14 games, and the Mets have split them 7-7. Even though they're 17.5, going head to head, Mets have done well. So Terry Collins, of course, trying to keep his ball club going in the right direction. Nick Punto comes out on deck, so Capuano figures to be done. Chris Withrow is throwing in the bullpen. But for Terry Collins, without David Wright, not the same club. 1-2 the count to Tim Fedorovich. Looking at Terry's ball club, what they've done to Capuano, they were all over him. 10 hits in 5 innings. They had 7 hits in the first 3 innings. So Chris comes out, and the Dodgers now try to play catch up. And Fedorovich comes up empty a second time. 2 out in the 5th inning. The only 2 strikeouts plus Puig to give G 3.
Number 7, Nick Punto.
So Nick Punto coming up, 2 out, bases empty. Chris Capuano, I'm sure, bitterly disappointed. 4 runs, 10 hits in 5 innings. Although Chris had never had much luck against the Mets anyway. He came into the game 1-5 lifetime. You wait 5 days to get a start. That's all you think about building up to the 5th day. And now you join Greinke and Kershaw as a spectator. 2-0 the count to Nick Punto. Wow, ball 3. Waiting on deck, Carl Crawford. G has struck out 3. He has not walked anybody. Down the pipe, 3-1. And ball 4. So Punto comes off the bench, gets a 2-out walk, and that'll bring up Carl Crawford, who I'm sure is still smarting over the fact he was picked off first base in the 4th inning. Crawford had singled, then he's picked off. Puig strikes out, and the next thing you know, 3 consecutive singles. Gonzalez, Ramirez, and Schumacher. With the bases loaded, Mark Ellis fly to center. Carl having a fine August, hitting over 400 this month. Ball 1. Crawford, 5 home runs, 19 runs batted in. Sliced foul down the line, back into the crowd. 1 ball and 1 strike. Wow, I don't know where Punto saw that ball, but he was halfway to third. So with 2 out, he just took off. Yeah, he's huffing and puffing a little bit. I guess from down there, it looked like it had a chance. Up here, it was foul almost the moment it left home plate. Fastball missed, 2-1. His fastball been topping out at 90. Where Matt Harvey, his fastball as high as 98. 2-1. Little ground ball to first, that'll do it. So no runs, no hits. Dodgers get a walk and they leave him at the end of 5, 4-0 New York. Have been. He eventually went into the Hall of Fame. But Don Sutton, when you think about Dodger pitching, you automatically think of Koufax and Drysdale. But Don Sutton won 233 games, the most in his career, 324. But he leads the Dodgers in almost every category: wins, shutouts, innings pitched, strikeouts, you name it. So number 20 is on the board for a very good reason. He's as good a pitcher as the Dodgers have ever had, and rightfully so, is now in the Hall of Fame. Let's go back to this one. Number 20, joining 9 others. There are a total of 10 numbers that have been retired by the Dodgers. You start with number 1. That was Pee Wee Reese. Then you go to 2, Leo DeRocher. Then you go to 4, Duke Snyder. You just keep working your way around. 19, Jim Gilliam. Get out there to Sutton's number 20, and then in the right field pavilion you start with Walter Austin, Sandy Koufax, Roy Campanella, Jackie Robinson, of course, Don Drysdale. So those are the numbers retired. Meanwhile, Chris Withrow coming in to pitch now to Brown, Buck, and G. 5 innings for Capuano, who allowed 4 runs, 10 hits. The 3-0 pitch to Marlon Byrd. That cooked his goose. High fly ball, shallow center. Schumacher is there. 1 away. Chris Withrow getting ready to pitch to John Buck. Withrow's been a very pleasant surprise. The opposition is hitting 185 against him. He struck out 21 in 18 innings. In the 10 games on the road, his earned run average 1.8. And the other thing, Withrow has not allowed any inherited runners to score. So all in all, Chris doing very well. John Buck walked intentionally, hit into a double play, fouled away. 1 ball and 1 strike. 4 runs, 10 hits for New York. No runs, 4 hits for the Dodgers. Dodgers getting all 4 hits in the 4th inning, but failed to score when Carl Crawford was picked off first base. Withrow, another Texan. He's out of Midland, Texas. Still lives there. Chris is a big fella, 6'4", 220. Dodgers picked him first round at a Midland Christian Texas high school. Chip off the old block. His dad was a pro. Pitched in the Chicago White Sox organization. And then when he retired, Dad became his pitching coach. Chris was going to go to Baylor University, but instead he signed with the Dodgers. Idolized Roger Clemens and Nomar Garciaparra. Actually, Withrow might have admired Clemens, but in Little League he was playing shortstop, which is why he admired Garciaparra. But the Dodgers picked him, and here he is. Chris Withrow. Two balls, 2 strikes. Got him. Late breaking ball dropped in, and down goes John Buck. So he was frozen. 2 down. And Dylan G, an angry Buck. Angry at being fooled by that breaking ball. G struck out, but then ran his double into a triple, which is why he's so dirty. Then it looked like he had an effect when he gave up the 4 singles in the 4th inning. But he picked off Crawford, got Mark Ellis after striking out Puig, and here he is moving nicely, leading 4-0. 2 out in the 6th. One ball and 1 strike. Withrow throws hard. His fastball has been clocked at 98. That last one was 96. Curveball, change, and slider. Although he says his curveball is his strikeout pitch, and that's exactly what he used to get John Buck. 1-2 the count to Dylan G. Two and 2. When the Dodgers come up in the bottom of this 6th inning, They will have Yasiel Puig, Adrian Gonzalez, and Hanley Ramirez. Puig is 0 for 2 tonight. Adrian Gonzalez 1 for 2. Hanley Ramirez 1 for 2. 3-2. Waiting on deck, the leadoff man, Juan Lagares. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Foul back. Gee didn't have any particular reputation of being a good hitting pitcher. Able to foul back that 95-mile-an-hour fastball. 3-2. Got him. Foul tip, but down he goes. So Withrow comes in, restores order, strikes out 2 of 3. And we're heading for the bottom of the 6th. 4-0 New York. Puig is quiet with the bat, but he made a tremendous play in the 2nd inning. Marlon Byrd at first, Turner a fly ball single to right. Byrd tries to go to third, and a magnificent throw nails him. Puig getting the entire body because he winds up once he lets go of the ball. He's heading for the grass, face down. With the bat, grounded out and struck out 0 for 2. Yasiel has had 28 multi-hit games, 6 assists. Ethier has 7. Usually when you think about it, the fellow with the most assists is not the fellow with the strongest arm. It's the fellow against whom the runners try to take advantage. They're just learning about Puig. Off speed, way out in front, 82 miles an hour. Puig hitting .370. 1-1. Dodgers hit the road tomorrow, Philadelphia and Miami. And they'll be home on the 23rd with the Boston Red Sox. Breaking ball lifted and very playable. Byrd and Lagares. It's Byrd. So Puig 0 for 3, 1 out in the 6th. check the Western Division in the National League to see what's going on. We know Arizona, they were involved in a 14-inning game. Aaron Hill singled up the middle to cash in Gerardo Parra, and Arizona swept Baltimore, winning today 5-4. Colorado put it to San Diego 4-2, and Washington shaded the Giants 6-5. So when you look in the standings in the West, Arizona 7.5 back, might be 6.5 should the Dodgers lose tonight. No swing, says Gary Kellogg. One ball and no strikes. Fouled away. We were talking about Aaron Hill getting the base hit to drive in Parra in the 14th inning. It was also Aaron Hill that got the base hit in the bottom of the 9th inning to tie the game and send it into 14 innings. One ball and one strike. Ground ball up the middle. So Gonzalez is 2 for 3. The long single.
Shortstop number 13.
And the batter will be Hanley Ramirez. So the Dodgers have 5 hits so far. 4 of them amongst Gonzalez, Ramirez, and Schumacher. Hanley flied to center in the 2nd inning and singled to right in the 4th. Fastball pulled foul, 0-1. This is the 62nd home game for the Dodgers. And in the previous 61, they've been shut out 4 times. That's all. In fact, they've been shut out only 7 times all year. Mets pitchers have turned in 7 shutouts. 0-1. Check swing. They're going to look at no swings, says Paul Schreiber. Looking at the number of pitches for Dylan G. He's made 83 pitches. This year against San Francisco, he made 108 pitches and picked up a victory along the way. Last year, his highest number of pitches in a game, 116. And he beat the Rockies. And that's whacked to the gal. There's nobody there. That'll go to the wall. With Adrian Gonzalez, no reason to send him in. So a long double by Hanley Ramirez. Dodgers at 2nd and 3rd with 1 out. That means they've had 6 hits. 4 in the 4th inning, 2 here in the 6th, but they're still looking for a run. Hanley got that fastball about belt high, and he certainly knew what to do with it. So 1 out. Dodgers at 2nd and 3rd. Hanley grinning, looking over, I think, at Adrian Gonzalez, giving it one of those, isn't it a shame? So old you can't score on that. Danny Warthen rings up the Mets bullpen, and here's Schumacher in the dirt. Nice save by John Buck. 1 ball and no strikes. Carlos Torres gets up. He's first man in the pen. Torres relieved Mejia in the 1st game. 1 ball and no strikes. Dodgers had 4 hits and came up empty in the 4th. Now they have a single and a double with 1 out. 1-1 to Schu. Skip hitting .273. 2 home runs, 26 runs batted in. One and one. Big breaking ball. Wow. Did that hit him? Yes, it did. So the bases are loaded with 1 out. And the batter will be Mark Ellis. They are restless in the Mets dugout. Danny Warthen is going back out there to talk to Dylan G. Boy, a big sweeping curveball. And it just kept following him. Got him right on the left knee. In fact, the back foot from the first shot, thought it might have gotten him on the knee, but the back foot. Either way, the shoe fits, and shoe goes to first. The bases are loaded, and Mark Ellis, who has popped up and flied out, coming up. So Schumacher at first, Ramirez at second, Gonzalez at third, and here's Mark. Popped up and flied to center. Mark Ellis in his career has 3 grand slams. The last one he hit was back in 2008 against the Angels. Pulled foul. Boy, was that thing ripped. 0-1 the count. So Gonzalez, Ramirez, and Schumacher all out there. Dodgers trying to get off the floor, down 4-0 since the 3rd inning. No balls, 1 strike. Nice save by Buck. Another one in the dirt. 1 ball and 1 strike. Roll it down to shortstop. They'll go back to second for 1. They did not make the double play. So Gonzalez scores. Dodgers have runners at first and third. And Jerry Hairston will be coming up. Mark Ellis just did beat the throw from Dan Murphy to first base.
Third baseman number 6, Jerry Hairston Jr.
So Adrian Gonzalez brings in the run. Hanley Ramirez is now at third. Mark Ellis at first. And Jerry Hairston getting in. G disappointed. Thought he had the escape hatch double play. Ellis able to avoid it. Mark Ellis has only grounded into 5 double plays all year. So here's Jerry. Flied to left, flied to center. 2 out, runners at first and third. 4-1 New York. Slider hit up the middle by the diving Murphy. So Ramirez scores. Mark Ellis to third. And the Dodgers now trail 4-2. And the crowd comes alive. Dodgers now 2 runs, 7 hits. Interesting thing that has happened to Dylan G. If you were with us at the start of the game, remember he retired 9 in a row, starting with Crawford right through to Capuano. Since then, the Dodgers are 7 for 14 against him. So here's Fedorovich, who has struck out twice. And off speed, drops in for a strike. For Dylan G, with a runner at third, and the runner is Mark Ellis, G has 3 wild pitches. 4-2 Mets. 6th inning, 2 out. Off the plate. Andre Ethier comes out on deck. Remember, he didn't start. He was hit by a pitch in Chicago on the leg, and it's bothered him ever since. Dodgers were in Chicago starting the 1st of the month. Little foul off first base. Ike Davis coming over to the stands. No play. So Hairston goes back to first. Holding at third is Mark Ellis. One and two to Tim Fedorovich. Must be a sinking feeling. You've struck out twice. You're up there in a big spot, and you have 2 strikes on you. So Fedorovich strikes out a 3rd time. Dodgers scrape and get 2, and at the end it's 6. Mets 4, Dodgers 2. To you by AT&T. Rethink possible. By CarMax. Start the search for your next car at CarMax. By Snow Summit Adventure Park. Ride, bike, hike. Check out all the new Adventure Park at snowsummit.com. And by Captain Morgan. Raise your glass, always in moderation. We've reached the 7th inning tonight. It's 4-2 now in favor of the Mets. 4-10-0. They've left 5. 2-7-0. Dodgers have left 6. One key certainly the fact that Crawford was picked off first base in the 4th inning, an inning where the Dodgers had 4 hits and failed to score. Dodgers also coming alive in the 6th inning. 3 hits only to have Fedorovich strike out a 3rd time. Although Mark Ellis avoided the double play and the Dodgers picked up the extra run. So we go 4-2 in the 7th, and it's Lagares who flied to right, struck out, grounded out, hitting .263. Off speed, in for a strike. And a bunt. And did he run into it? The point by Eric Cooper means he might have run into it while in the batter's box. Though he's still up there in the count 1-2. Take another look. Then a run to bunt. And it came right up and hit him. So just a foul ball, 1-2. Marlon Byrd is due to bat fourth in this inning. And of course he has a shot at the cycle. That's fouled away. In Mets history, there have been 10 cycles. The first by an outfielder, Jim Hickman, in 1963. And most recently, Scott Hairston, Jerry's brother. Keith Hernandez, who is a brilliant first baseman. That's a little nubber. Nice play by Fedorovich. So Lagares thrown out, 2-3, 1 out, and Danny Murphy coming up. Keith Hernandez had a cycle in a 19-inning game in Atlanta. You might remember that story. The game started July 4th. There's Keith on the left. Started on July 4th, 1985, and ended at 3:55 a.m. on the 5th. Hernandez hit for the cycle, despite making out 6 times. He went 4 for 10, and the 4 the cycle. Remarkable. One ball and no strikes. Daniel Murphy. 2 singles popped up, 2 for 3. One ball and 1 strike. Off speed, very high. That was only 76 miles an hour. So Withrow goes 2-2 to Daniel Murphy. Josh Satin on deck. Two and 1. Slap foul upstairs. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Daniel Murphy. Withrow came in, restored order, retired the side in order in the 6th. The Mets had at least 1 man on base in each of the first 6 innings until Withrow took over in the 6th. Another foul ball. Still 2-2. Withrow trying to keep the Dodgers in the game. It's 4-2 Mets. Withrow is due to bat leadoff when the Dodgers come up in the 7th. Waiting on deck, Josh Satin. Slow breaking ball hit in the air. Schumacher will run it down. 2 out in the 7th inning. Schumacher was a fine outfielder with the Cardinals, but he also spells in the infield, a very valuable guy to have around. So 2 out, 7th inning. Josh Satin hit into a double play, single a left, and that put him aboard for Marlon Byrd hitting the big home run. Last time up, Josh fly to center. Good looking hitter, batting .295. Ball 1. Satin in the minor leagues hit over 300 in Las Vegas. He hit 316 at Binghamton, 317 in Buffalo. Well, he's a good hitter. 1 ball and no strikes. 2-0. trying to help him keep his balance. He opened up his stance a bit, spread the stance. It's a very busy bat. Hands and wrists always seem to be in motion. They've tried to calm that down a little bit. Whatever they're doing, it's working. That last pitch, by the way, from Chris Withrow was 96. Fouled away. Boy, with all that motion, and he's still able to make contact. 96-mile-an-hour fastball. Needless to say, his hands are really quick. What you need, and he's got it, good bat speed. Wearing 2 gloves makes him a little different. 3-2 to Josh. Satin is 6'2", 200-pounder. He'll be 29, 2 days before Christmas. Waiting on deck, Marlon Byrd. And ground foul. Still 3-2. When Satin was in college, he was a third baseman, and he's playing third tonight. Played first base last night. But he underwent shoulder surgery after the 2007 collegiate season, and then he switched to second base. So he can play first, we've seen that. Third, played a little second. Will not play short. And draws the walk. So Marlon Byrd is coming up, trying to be the 11th Met to hit for the cycle. Here's what he's done so far. In his first at-bat in the second inning against Capuano, he makes contact and drives the ball for a base hit. Next time up, he really makes contact. 3-0 pitch he hits in the pavilion. Last time up, a double down the left field line. So he needs a triple. He's had 5 triples this year. So here we go. There have been 10 cycles by Mets players. Ball 1. One ball and no strikes. 2 outs, 7th inning, 4-2 Mets. Withrow due to lead off the bottom of the 7th. And then Crawford and Puig. Strike, 1-1. In the Dodger bullpen, J.P. Howell begins to tune up. So it looks like they would hit for Withrow. They had Ethier out on deck when the inning in the 6th came to an end. So Howell getting ready. 1 ball and 1 strike to Marlon Byrd. One and 2. Marlon Byrd was signed by the Phillies in 1999. He'll be 36 at the end of the month. Played with the Phillies and the Nationals and the Rangers and the Cubs, then the Red Sox, and now the Mets. 1-2. Got him. But he's not finished. This is the 7th. He'll have at least one more shot at the cycle. No runs, no hits, a man left at the end of 6 1/2. 4-2 New York. Mets jumped out in front. They had a couple of base hits despite a great throw by Puig to get a man at third. They still managed to get one home. And then in the third inning, Marlon Byrd with a 3-ball no strike count and 2 men on got the green light, swung away and hit a 3-run home run to make it 4-0. Dodgers coming back, scratched up for 2 runs with Mark Ellis and Jerry Hairston contributing. Hanley Ramirez returning to the starting lineup, 2 for 3 tonight, a double and a run. A meeting at the mound when Dylan G went out there, and there might be a double switch. G is still there. We'll wait and see. G is now going to come out. 4 runs, 10 hits for the Mets, 2 runs, 7 hits for the Dodgers. We'll be back right after this. With the new Home Run Derby mobile game from MLB.com, available on iPhone and iPad and select Android devices. Download free today by texting HR to 99778. Couple of changes for the New York Mets. Justin Turner, who started the game at shortstop, moves over to third base to give him a chance to visit with another Cal Fullerton fine athlete, Tim Wallach. The shortstop spot is now taken over by Omar Quintanilla. And the new pitcher is Scott Rice. Scott Rice is 6'6", 220. He'll be 32 in September. Lives in Simi Valley. Went to Royal High School out there and was drafted by the Baltimore Orioles. Scott was an Orioles compensation pick for losing outfielder Eric Davis to free agency. And for Scott Rice, a determined young man, spent 14 years in the minor leagues. 14. Boy, he's all arms and elbows and kneecaps, facing D. Gordon, batting for Withrow. Gordon is the second Dodger pinch hitter. Punto walked in the 5th inning. Fastball strike, 1-1 to count. One and one. A drag bunt. It hit him, I believe, in the batter's box. Yep. Eric Cooper points. Hit him on the leg. Scott Rice, among other things, was stuck in independent ball again. It was 2011, and with no other options, he hooked on with the York Revolution team as a 29-year-old journeyman reliever. He didn't want to be there, so each Monday he'd open up a phone book baseball directory, dial the office number for every minor league executive he could find. 1-2. There's the bunt, fielded by Rice, who nails him. So Gordon is out, 1-3, 1 down, and the batter will be Carl Crawford. What Rice would do in ascending order from those with a few left-handers at the high levels of the organization, going all the way down, he would be calling 20 to 30 farm directors a week. All he wanted was an opportunity. But as Scott said, 9 times out of 10, you don't get a call back. However, after all those years, 14 years, April the 1st, no fooling, 2013, he played in his first major league game on opening day. Strike. And it was a nice experience, fulfilling his childhood dream in the 9th inning of that game. He struck out 2 Padres in a scoreless inning. 0-2 to Carl Crawford. No balls and 2 strikes. Rice 4-5. ERA 3.5. Scotty's been in 61 games. 26 walks, 35 strikeouts. One ball and 2 strikes. Reached for and just a little fly ball. Going out for it is Quintanilla, but coming in is Lagares. So Crawford, a little pop fly, 2 down in the 7th inning, and Yasiel Puig coming up. Puig is 0 for 3, grounded to short, struck out, fly to right. Down in the Dodger bullpen, Brandon League begins to loosen up. League will be facing Turner, Davis, and Brown when he comes in the 8th inning. So here is Puig, grounded to short, struck out, fly to right. And a little roller speared by Rice. Scotty throws low. Nice play at first by Ike Davis. So the Dodgers go in order against Scott Rice. And at the end of 7, it's 4-2 New York. Right now, let's get back to that Twitter poll question and the results. Who is the Dodgers Rookie of the Year? And 67% of those who voted went for Puig, 33% for Ryu. As of this date, August the 14th. A lot of baseball left. Puig very quiet tonight, 0 for 4. Did make that tremendous throw, however, to nail Marlon Byrd at third way back in the second inning. Brandon Lee coming out of the Dodger bullpen to pick up. Brandon getting ready to pitch to Justin Turner, Ike Davis, and Andrew Brown. Starts him fastball up, ball 1, 1-0. Justin Turner single to right. That was the play when Marlon Byrd tried to go from first to third and Puig nailed him. Big bouncer, backhanded short hop by Hairston. He had to wait a moment for Adrian Gonzalez to get to the bag. Nice play, one away. And the batter will be Ike Davis. Down in the Dodger bullpen, just in case, J.P. Howell is throwing back to Brandon Lee. One away. Davis hit into a force play, grounded out, flied to right, scored a run. Fouled away down the line. For Brandon Lee, he has a record of 6-3, despite an earned run average that's over 5. 12 walks, 22 strikeouts, more hits than innings pitched, which is always a bad sign. Fouled away, 0-2. Waiting on deck, Andrew Brown. When the Dodgers come up in the bottom of the 8th inning, they'll have Gonzalez, Ramirez, Schumacher, and of course, remember, they have Andre Ethier. In the pen, Carlos Torres continues to throw for the Mets. 1-2. The paid attendance tonight, 44,091. 44,091. We had 46,300 last night. So over 90,000 for the 2 games. So add 44 to the Dodgers, and they're over 2,000,008. 62 dates, 19 left. Mom is surrounded. Oh boy. Pulled, fair ball over first down the line. Brown digging, the throw is not in time. So Ike Davis doubles. Brown coming up with his double and a single, and League in trouble now. That ball just did go over the bag. The umpire had to turn around and signal with his left arm that it was a fair ball. Puig got it back in quickly enough, but Ike Davis in there. So Brown with a double and a single, checking in, and a chance to pick up another run. 4 runs, 11 hits for the Mets, 2 runs, 7 hits for the Dodgers. Sinker for a strike, 0-1. Andrew hitting .254, 4 home runs, 12 runs batted in. One and one. Brandon Lee, who's been pretty much of a successful relief pitcher since 2004 when he started with the Blue Jays. Little dribbler up along third. Hairston makes the play, but the ball hit ahead of him. Davis had nowhere to go. And John Buck will be coming up, and the pitcher to follow.
Catcher, John Buck.
John Buck was walked intentionally, hit into a double play, and struck out. 3 for 9 in the series. The Mets made a somewhat of an emergency move because John Buck's wife is in New York expecting a child any day, and they still have to go to San Diego and Minnesota. So the Mets brought up a young catcher, Travis d'Arnaud, sent him to Las Vegas. So he's just around the corner if they need him, and Buck has to leave. But no phone call yet. Quintanilla, the shortstop, is on deck. Slider, 0-2. So League with 2 out, trying to put Buck away. In the dirt, big save by Fedorovich. Buck has power. He has 14 home runs. Trying to pick up Ike Davis from second base. He pays the price. He also strikes out a lot. One and two. Fastball in the dirt. That was 96. Brandon, born in Sacramento, raised, grew up in Honolulu. A second-round pick by the Blue Jays in 2001, and the leadoff man Juan Lagares on deck. 2-2. Slow roller. It will be Hairston. Whoa. Did he go off the bag? Yes. So Hairston kind of sidearmed one and threw a sailor. The best footwork that Adrian could do. Still, he had to get off the bag. So we'll wait and see the scoring, and it will be E5. So Buck is aboard. Taking third on the throw is Ike Davis. And here comes Omar Quintanilla. And here comes Don Mattingly. Fancy footwork by Adrian. So J.P. Howell is down in the pen, and he'll be brought in to face Quintanilla unless they make a maneuver. So we'll wait and see, and we'll be right back. with 2 out. They have the left-hand hitting shortstop Omar Quintanilla coming up. So the Dodgers take League out and bring in J.P. Howell. Quintanilla is from El Paso, Texas. Went to the University of Texas and led the Longhorns to a College World Series championship in 2002. So J.P. Howell, who has done very, very well, especially the last 20 games, has a tough hombre up there at the plate. Quintanilla, about 5'9", 190. He'll be 32 in October. Went to the University of Texas. And starts him with a strike. 0-1. J.P. Howell, inheriting a runner at third, has 1 wild pitch. Oh, and 1. Breaking ball, and he committed. Strike 2. 0-2 the count. Quintanilla looking down to Tim Tuffle for the moment. Omar 2 home runs, 17 runs batted in. Tuffle with the look as if you're on your own up there. No balls, 2 strikes. No balls, 2 strikes to Omar. And down and dirty, and he commits, strikes out. The out recorded at first, and that's the inning. The Howell comes in, gets his man, and we go to the bottom of the 8th, 4-2 New York. His new sports network is almost here. Fox Sports 1 will be your home for live sports, shows like Crowd Goes Wild, Fox Football Daily, and Fox Sports Live, the news and highlight show fans have been waiting for. America's new sports network, Fox Sports 1, premieres Saturday. Bottom of the 8th, 4-2 in favor of the Mets. Adrian Gonzalez, Hanley Ramirez, Skip Schumacher, and of course the other card in the deck that will be played by Mattingly along the way, Andre Ethier. Gonzalez flied to left, single to right, single to center. 2 for 3 and scored a run. Dylan G allowed 2 runs. Scott Rice pitched the 7th inning, retired the Dodgers in order, and now here we go in the 8th. Adrian, good series, 5 for 11, hitting just under 300. 4 runs, 11 hits for the Mets, 2 runs, 7 hits for the Dodgers. Fastball strike. Looking back over the game, in the 4th inning, Carl Crawford led off with a single and was picked off. And that was the inning where the Dodgers had 3 more singles but failed to score. 0-1. Crawford wide-eyed watching. 1 ball and 1 strike. Dodgers have won 7 straight. They've won 12 of 13. 22-3 since the All-Star game. And that great run going 39-8. Foul back. Adrian with 75 runs batted in. The multi-traveled Scott Rice, after 14 years in the minors, been with the Mets since spring training and opening day. 2-2. Boy, what stick-to-itiveness to go 14 years on a dream. 2-2. Got him down and away. So Adrian strikes out. 1 out in the 8th. Hanley Ramirez coming up.
Shortstop number 13, Hanley Ramirez.
Slider down and dirty. Rice has retired 4 in a row. Hanley Ramirez returned to the starting lineup, flied to center, single to right, and doubled. Foul ball, 0-1 the count. Hanley with 11 home runs, 37 runs batted in. Hitting .364. Arizona won. It took them 14 innings. Aaron Hill got a base hit in the 9th inning to tie it up, send it into overtime. And then Hill got a base hit in the 14th inning to drive in Gerardo Parra, and Arizona swept Baltimore. 1-1. So it's been quite a while since Arizona picked up a game on the Dodgers, but they have a shot at it tonight. Two and one. Just looking at Rice's record and where he's played: Aberdeen, Delmarva, Frederick, Bowie, Ottawa, Frisco, Clinton, San Antonio, Colorado Springs, Tulsa, Chattanooga, Albuquerque, and New York. Wow. And Hanley robbed at third base by Turner, who throws over and pulls his first baseman Davis off the bag. Terry Collins will come out to argue. Paul Schreiber, the first base umpire. Hard ground ball, backhanded nicely by Turner. And the throw, Davis tried to keep his foot on the bag, dragged it, and came off. Take another look. Watch the foot and the ball. It would appear on the tape that Hanley was lucky. Turner felt he got him.
Number 55, Skip Schumacher.
Everybody saying no in the New York uniform. Paul Schreiber is a chip off the old block. His father was a AAA umpire. Tough call. He saw it the way he thought it was, and Hanley's aboard. So that brings up Schumacher. 0-1. So Ramirez aboard on the error. 1 out, 8th inning, 4-2 New York. Skip hit back to the box, single to left, and then was hit by a pitch in the 6th inning. 0-1. Chopper down to second base. They get 1. Now they get 2, and that's the inning. So no runs, no hits, an error, nobody left. And at the end of 8, 4-2 New York. Friday night game featuring Zach Greinke with a 10-3 record against left-hander Cliff Lee, who's 10-5. Saturday, the ace of the staff, Clayton Kershaw, with that brilliant 1.8 ERA against Kyle Kendrick, whose ERA is just about 4.5, although he's 1.10. Sunday to wrap it up, Ricky Nolasco, 9-9 against Cole Hamels, who has lost 13 games and only won 5. A talented left-hander who should be doing better than that. Meanwhile, Clayton Kershaw looking out, making his own particular note. Zach Greinke doing the same. And we've reached the 9th inning. Juan Lagares, the center fielder, leading off. Ground foul. Hit that off the end of the bat. Think he cracked it. Yep. 0-1. Lagares flied to right, struck out, grounded to first, hit a ball out in front of the plate, and Fedorovich threw him out. So he's 0 for 4. Lagares homered in the first game of the series. He was hitting second last night. No balls, 1 strike. Comebacker. So 1 out in the 9th inning. Lagares goes 0 for 5. And the batter will be Daniel Murphy, who has singled twice, popped up and flied to center. When the Dodgers come up in the 9th inning down by 2 as of the moment, they're due to send up Mark Ellis, Jerry Hairston, and Tim Fedorovich. Dodgers, of course, resting a few, but they can also be used tonight. So Juan Uribe, Andre Ethier, and A.J. Ellis very much at the beck and call of Mattingly. Ball one. It's been Capuano for 5. Chris giving up the 4 runs. The big hit, the 3-ball no strike count swing by Marlon Byrd with 2 men aboard that meant 3 runs. Dodgers unable to recover from that so far. After Capuano, Chris Withrow, then Brandon League, and now J.P. Howell. Marlon Byrd coming close to a cycle. In the 9th inning, we'll see if he gets a chance. Wilmer Flores, who had a sore ankle, comes out on deck. Flores would bat for Josh Satin. 1-1. Hit down the left field line, slicing foul. 44,091. Dodgers go to 2,000,008. And the Mets leading 4-2, trying to salvage 1 of 3. Don't forget, Dodgers will be home starting Friday night, the 23rd, to play Boston for 3, Chicago for 3, San Diego for 3. So it's a 9-game homestand when they come back. 1-2. Curveball tapped to short. Hanley. Though Daniel Murphy rolls out, he goes 2 for 5. Wilmer Flores, who had a sore ankle. He's a highly touted young player, and he will bat for Satin. Josh Satin hit into a double play, singled and walked, so he wound up going 1 for 3. And here is Flores. Just called up recently. He was very impressive until he turned the ankle. Flores in the first game had 1 base hit, went 1 for 4. Could not answer the bell for last night's game, and now he's dropped in with a 2-out 9th inning bases empty situation. They are very, very high on him. He's been playing third base, but in New York they say, well, third base belongs to David Wright. So as good as he might be, with Wright, a .409 hitter against some hitters in this league, Terry Collins knows that this kid is going to wind up either playing second base, where Daniel Murphy is, or first base, where Ike Davis is. And first base would be a good position for him. Among other things, he's 6'3", 190. So Davis, who's been in the minor leagues and then called up, now watching a kid who in some ways trying to take his job. Ball 1. Flores is from Valencia in Venezuela. He went to the Agua Linda Academy in Valencia. At 13 years old, they said he really stood out. Two and 0 the count. When he was 16, he signed for a very big contract. Of course, some people put pressure on him. They say, oh, he's going to be another Mike Schmidt or another Chipper Jones. He's hoping to be the first Wilmer Flores. 2-0. And ball 3. Last year at Las Vegas, Flores had 15 home runs, so J.P. Howell being very, very careful. On deck with one last shot at a cycle is Marlon Byrd. In there, 3-1. You say Marlon Byrd has one last shot. Of course, the Dodgers could conceivably tie it up, and it could go on and on. Reminds us of the Keith Hernandez cycle He got it in a 19-inning game against Atlanta. 3-2 the count. 2 down, 9th inning. Flores followed by Bird. Mets trying to snap a little 2-game losing streak. Dodgers trying to extend a 7-game winning streak. 3-2. And promptly hit to center for a base hit. So Flores, every time we've seen him, living up to all the nice words they say about him. Going to see a lot of him. 2-out single to center. And now here's Marlon Byrd. He has a single. He had that in the 2nd inning. He had the home run on the 3-0 pitch in the 3rd. He had the double in the 5th. Henry Mejia, a pitcher, will now run for Flores. We told you that Wilmer had the bad ankle. So Mejia will do some running. And Flores back in the dugout. So Marlin ready to get in, and now Fedorovich going out to talk to Howell. Four runs, 12 hits, 1 error for the Mets. 2 runs, 7 hits, 1 error for the Dodgers. And now here comes Don Mattingly. And immediately talking to the plate umpire. So that's a double switch. Jerry Hairston ran off the field right away. But let's see whether he's getting another glove or whatever. So we'll wait. Mattingly is pointing the odd man out, and we'll be right back. Along with him, Jerry Hairston moves out to right field. Juan Uribe takes over at third base. Yasiel Puig moves to center, and Schumacher comes out of the game. So Marmol, the new pitcher, will go into Schumacher's spot, and the Dodgers will still have Mark Ellis, Juan Uribe, and Fedorovich due up. So Marmol is asked to get one man here in the 9th inning, and it's Marlon Byrd. Byrd singled, homered, doubled, fighting for the cycle. Ball 1. Looking at Marlon Byrd going up against Marmol. He is 1 for 2. The one was a home run. Ball 2. So Capuano, Withrow, League, Howell, and Marmol. Byrd has 5 triples this year, and if he gets one now, he will have the cycle. They were teammates with the Cubs for a couple of years, so they know each other very well. 2-0. Drops that in. 2-1. Carlos Marmol spent a long time with the Cubs. He came up in 2006 with Chicago and basically stayed with them into 2012. Then he came back to the Cubs this year after having been in Chattanooga and Rancho Cucamonga. So Carlos Marmol from the Dominican, 6'2", 215. He'll be 31 in October. 2-2. Fastball for ball 3. So Mejia over at first base, ready to go with full count and 2 down. Tommy Goodwin talking to him. Mejia goes, and down goes Byrd. No runs, 1 hit, a man left, and we are heading for the bottom of the 9th. Ellis, Hairston, and Fedorovich will be back. And here comes LaTroy Hawkins. Old Satch, as they call him, 6'5", 220. Born in 1972, and he was drafted in 1991 by the Minnesota Twins. The active leaders in games played: Mariano Rivera, 1,098 games. LaTroy Hawkins, this will be game number 925 for LaTroy. He's been with 10 different franchises. He's had 19 years in the major leagues. He has a terrific sense of humor. When he was with Colorado, he decided that he would give the rookies on the club a bad time. And what he did, he went to a mall and he found 10 teddy bears, and he had them personalized with messages that he records in the voice box of the teddy bear. So, for instance, Troy Tulowitzki was a rookie. He had to carry the teddy bear, and when you would press it, it would say, "Hi, I'm Troy Tulowitzki. I'm the best player in baseball." Well, it was typical of Hawkins to keep the ball club loose. And now here he is after all those years. And a strike. 0-1. Hawkins first came to the big leagues in 1995 with the Twins. 0-1. Ground foul. 0-2. Mark Ellis has popped up, flied out, hit into a force play. 0-3. LaTroy Hawkins, spring training a few years ago, had a big photo of the late Satchel Paige put in his locker. As he said, he's tall, black, skinny, big feet, just like me. 1-2 the count to Mark Ellis. He grew up in one of the hardest cities in the United States, Gary, Indiana. In the bad part of Gary, Indiana. Just missed. 2-2. LaTroy is 6'5", 220 pounds. Everybody calls him Satch. Another foul ball out of play. 2-2. 4 runs, 12 hits, 1 error for the Mets. 2 runs, 7 hits, 1 error for the Dodgers. And the Dodgers, with their 7-game winning streak and all the other remarkable numbers, they are all on the line. Two and two to Mark. And that's going to go into center field. Base hit. So Mark Ellis singles to center. That'll bring up Jerry Hairston. Andre Ethier comes out on deck now. He would bat for Tim Federovic. So sooner or later you knew that Mattingly would play the Ethier card. So Ellis goes 1 for 4, keeps the door open and the lights on. Hairston flied to left, flied to center, and single to center to drive in a run. And a strike. Jerry Hairston in the past has done well against LaTroy Hawkins. He is 4 for 9. Andre Ethier is 3 for 5 with a home run against him, and he's on deck. 0-1. 1-1. Fastball hit back to Satch. He knocks it down, lobs it to first for the out. Otherwise, that thing goes all the way through. That had to hurt. He's grimacing. Terry Collins going out to make sure he's okay. LaTroy is shaken up for sure. He dropped to his knees. A concerned infield along with Terry Collins, Dan Warthen. LaTroy kind of bouncing. Let's take another look. Hard ground ball. He goes down on his knees. Makes the play. And then you can see that's when he's hurting. I think the ball went off the heel of his glove and hit him in the groin area. That's why he's squatting and going up and down. I think they'll let him throw a pitch or two just to make sure. So Hairston on a comebacker is retired. Mark Ellis is now at second base. And LaTroy testing the area that was hit by the ball. Eric Cooper, the plate umpire, saying, try another one. All right. Hawkins is ready, and Andre Ethier will now come up and hit for Fedorovic. A reminder, Dodgers Live coming up right after the game. Andre Ethier becomes the third pinch hitter used by the Dodgers. Punto walked. D. Gordon hit back to the box. And now here's Andre. Ethier has had success against Hawkins. On deck, Juan Uribe. Bottom of the ninth. Mark Ellis taking his lead at second. The outfield very, very deep. They'll give a base hit. They don't want an extra base hit. Ball one. Lagares very deep in center, and Marlon Byrd the same in right. One ball and no strikes. Check swing foul. 1-1. 4 runs, 12 hits, 1 error for the Mets, 2 runs, 8 hits, 1 error for the Dodgers. They're backing up Hawkins. It's a busy bullpen for New York. They get a left-hander and a right-hander up just in case. David Ardsma, the right-hander. Feliciano, the left-hander. 1 ball and 1 strike. And ball 2. Juan Uribe on deck is 0 for 5 against Hawkins. Two balls, 1 strike. Fastball and a high fly ball to left field. Going back on it. And it's gone. Home run by Ethier. Dodgers have tied it up. And the magic has come back again. For Andre Ethier, his 8th home run. He has 43 runs batted in, and he drives it into the pavilion in left field. That's his 2nd career home run against Hawkins. And now here is Uribe. High fly ball to straightaway center, but that's heading for Lagares' glove. 2 down. Take another look at Andre Ethier's pinch hit home run. The magic wand, the magic swing, and the magical result as the Dodgers pull another rabbit out of the hat in the bottom of the 9th inning. So the Magic Castle has produced a tie. 4 runs, 12 hits for New York. 4 runs, 9 hits for the Dodgers. Now here is Carl Crawford. Strike. For Andre Ethier, 3 for 13 during this homestand. That's going to be in the air to left field and fall for a base hit. So the Dodgers now have the possible winning run at first. And here comes Yasiel Puig. So Hawkins has allowed 2 runs, 2 hits, and now the 3rd hit. And Puig, who is 0 for 4, coming up. Puig tonight grounded to short, struck out, flied to right, hit back to the box. Crawford bluffs on a strike. Carl Crawford has stolen 11 out of 15. 4-4. Bottom of the 9th. And a high bouncer to a tall man and a 3rd out. However, Mark Ellis singles and a 1-out pinch hit home run by Andre Ethier, and the Dodgers have done it again. Late inning drama, and at the end of 9, a 4-4 tie. Of it, hitting the pinch hit home run to tie up the game. So Andre doing it the easy way to protect the leg, just jogging around the bases and then getting a hero's welcome in the dugout. So it's 4-4. A.J. Ellis takes over behind the plate, which means the Dodgers have used all of their position players. From now on, if they have to do anything else, it will involve a pitcher. So Marmol is out there, the 5th Dodger pitcher. He came in to strike out Marlon Byrd. Now it's Justin Turner, Ike Davis, and Andrew Brown. 10th inning, 4-4. If you look at the New York Mets, they have been in 15 extra inning games. So this is number 16. They are 7-8. The Dodgers in extra inning games, they played, this will be number 12, and they've won 7 of 11. 0-2 the count to the redhead, Justin Turner. Single to right, struck out, walked intentionally, grounded out. Lost a hit on that ground ball to 3rd. 1-2. Carlos Marmol with the Dodgers has been in 7 games. He's allowed 9 hits in 7 innings. He has walked 6, struck out 4. So that's not good. Then he did get a strikeout tonight. So it's 6 walks and 5 strikeouts. But he's fighting it. 2-2. And Justin Turner goes down, striking out a second time tonight. 1 out in the 10th inning. And Ike Davis, their first baseman, coming up. Second strikeout for Marmol. Ike Davis hit into a force play and stole second, grounded out, flied to right, and in the 8th inning doubled to right, got as far as third. Scored his run back in the 2nd inning. Ground ball at Mark Ellis. 2 out in the 10th.
Left fielder, number 47, Andrew Brown.
Andrew Brown double to right in the 2nd inning. Single to right, fly to center, grounded to third. 2 for 4 with a run batted in. Dodgers will have Gonzalez, Ramirez, and then Marmol's spot in the bottom of the 10th. 0-1. Dropped another one in there. 0-2. Marmol, coming from a large family, 7 brothers and 2 sisters. And that's going to go into center field. A no ball 2-strike base hit. So for Brown, his 3rd hit. And it'll bring up the catcher, John Buck.
Catcher, number 44, John Buck.
So 4 runs, 13 hits for the Mets. 4 runs, 10 hits for the Dodgers. Buck walked intentionally, hit into a double play, struck out, reached on an error. Andrew Brown over there at first base has not had a stolen base, nor has he been involved in one. One ball and no strikes. Marmol throwing hard. That was 96 on the gun. Marmol, when he was 17 years old, was a catcher. He's a big man, 6'2", 215. High fly ball, going back on it, turning, waiting, and making the catch is Puig, and we're heading for the bottom of the 10th inning. So Buck thought he might have hit it at least off the wall, but not quite. No runs, 1 hit, a man left. Bottom of the 10th, 4-4. over in left field for Andrew Brown. And Carlos Torres comes in to be the new pitcher. Torres appeared briefly in the first game of the series. He pitched an inning, picking up for Henry Mejia. 2-2 and a good ERA of 2.7. Carlos Torres is from Santa Cruz, but he moved to Manhattan, Kansas, and went to Kansas State University. He was originally drafted by the White Sox. And the interesting note about Carlos, he was a traveling man in college. He pitched at 4 different colleges in 4 years. Allen Hancock Junior College, Grossmont Junior College, San Jose State, and finally Kansas City State. So Torres, 6'1", 190. He'll be 31 in October. It's been G, Rice, Hawkins, and now Torres. And of course, Hawkins took a hard shot and did surrender the home run, and now he's out of the game. Fly ball to left field, playing deep as Baxter. He comes in to make the catch. So one pitch, and Gonzalez a fly ball. So Adrian had 2 hits and 5 trips. And the batter now, Hanley Ramirez. Hanley is 2 for 4. Fly to center, single to right, double to left center, reached on an error. And Zach Greinke is looking for a bat. He's found it, and he starts to go to the on-deck circle, and Mattingly stopped to talk to him, so he goes back into the dugout. Ground ball to the short. Quintanilla to make the play. So the Dodgers quickly 2 out in the 10th inning. Carlos Marmol will be coming up. No one throwing in the Dodger bullpen. So they were thinking about Greinke, but had second thoughts about it. They might have used Greinke to bat if Ramirez had gotten aboard. But then again, they've already used Withrow, League, Howell, Marmol. I'm sure they'd like to give Jansen the night off, and Belisario as well. Oh, and 1. Marmol took that swing like he really meant it. And a high fly ball into left field, but playable. Baxter is there, and Marmol gave that a bit of a ride. So down go the Dodgers, and we are strapped in and hard cats at the ready. We're heading for the 11th, 4-4. When he came up to bat, hit that long fly ball, it not only shook up some of the people in the crowd. We'll show it to you, the fly ball, and then look at Yasiel Puig. He thought it was a home run. No, crushed that it wasn't. And then covers his mouth because he's half laughing. But Marmol does have one home run. He hit one back in 2006 when he was with the Cubs. And you guessed right if you said he hit it in Wrigley Field. But with all of that, we go to the 11th inning. And the shortstop, Quintanilla, will lead it off. Quintanilla, then Lagares. And then the second baseman, Daniel Murphy. 4 runs, 13 hits, 1 error for the Mets. 4 runs, 10 hits, 1 error for the Dodgers. Down in the Dodger bullpen, especially thinking ahead to Murphy, and they get Paco Rodriguez up. Quintanilla struck out batting in the 8th inning and then stayed in the game. 1 ball and no strikes. Boy, he was a big man on campus in the University of Texas. Strike 1-1. So Carlos Marmol is the 5th Dodger pitcher. Ball 2, 2-1. Marmol made a total of 17 pitches, now on his own. Squirts that one, little English on it. Hanley Ramirez, good play. So Quintanilla grounding to short, and we have 1 out in the 11th.
Center fielder, number 12, Juan Lagares.
Well, Arizona went 14 innings this afternoon and wound up beating Baltimore. And here are the Dodgers in the 11th. Lagares flied to right, struck out, grounded out 3 times. So he's 0 for 5. 1 for 14 in the series. It was a home run. Shows bunt, ball 1. Lagares 4 home runs, 25 runs batted in. Bunts foul, 1-1. Lagares in the leadoff role last year hit .304. One and 2. And down he goes. Good breaking ball. Couldn't handle it. 2 out in the 11th. Marmol picks up his 3rd strikeout.
Second baseman, number 28, Daniel Murphy.
And now here's Daniel Murphy. And immediately here comes Don Mattingly. So you knew that Paco Rodriguez was up for only one big reason, and that would be Daniel Murphy. So they'll be going to the Dodger bullpen. Marmol did his job. Gave up 1 hit while he was in there. Paco is heading for the mound. Marmol is heading for the dressing room. And we're heading for a commercial break. bring in Paco Rodriguez to go head-to-head with Daniel Murphy. Murphy has 2 singles, popped up, flied out, and grounded out. So Murph is 2 for 5. And Paco trying to get him and end the top of the 11th. The opposition against Paco hitting just 148. And Murphy, a very good hitter, ready to come up and challenge him. Daniel Murphy came into the series having, over the last 2 years, piled up 297 hits. So Murph hitting 275. 2 out in the 11th. 4-4. Curveball hit down the line, right in the corner, hooking, foul. Wow. The Murphy came so close, pulled it a tad too much. Murphy has 9 home runs, 53 runs batted in. That's how close it came, hitting the pole or the screen. All right, 0-1 the count to Murphy. Now the other way. This one going down the line, foul. No balls and 2 strikes. 2 out in the 11th. Dodgers will have Mark Ellis to lead off in the bottom of the 11th. Oh, and 2. Fastball hit in the air, slicing, foul down the line. Back into the stands. Crawford running out of real estate. So Murphy has hit him in the stands. 1 down the right field line, 1 down the left field line, now 1 in the left field stands. 0-2. Murphy is 6'1", 210, 28 years old. Came up to the Mets in 2008. Breaking ball, but high. 1-2. Paco in his 58th game. An ERA of 2. Got him on a breaking ball down. So Paco comes in, disposes of Murphy. And we're looking at the bottom of the 11th with Ellis and Hairston and A.J. Ellis 4-4. day on, the Dodgers are 39-8. But they got a break before that on the 7th of June when they had a walk-off victory on a wild pitch. Then A.J. Ellis had a base hit to win it on the 29th against the Phils. Yasiel Puig's home run beat the Reds. Mark Ellis had a single to beat the Yankees. And then Friday, remember the comebacker, and Fernando Rodney throwing the ball into center field, and the Dodgers beat the Rays. They've had 12 walk-off wins last year. And let's see what happens here in the bottom of the 11th. Mark Ellis will lead it off. Popped up, fly to center, hit into a force play, and singled in the 9th inning, and was aboard when Ethier hit the pinch hit home run to tie up the game. In there, 1-1. It's been G, Rice, Hawkins, and now Carlos Torres. Two and one. Justin Turner deep and guarding the line at third. Last thing the Mets want is an extra base hit against them. 2-1 the count to Mark Ellis. Mark 6 home runs, 39 runs batted in. 3-1. In looking at Carlos Torres and his numbers, he's 2-2. He's allowed a couple of more hits than innings pitched. 6 walks, 32 strikeouts. Well, that's very good. And ball 4. So now the Dodgers have the possible winning run at first base. Now the question for the Mets, will Hairston try to sacrifice? He has flied to left, flied to center, single to center, and hit back to the box. The ball that he hit back to the box hurt LaTroy Hawkins, I'm sure. And then Hawkins served up the home run to Andre Ethier. Shows bunt, pulls the bat back, ball 1. Hairston has 2 sacrifices this year. Jerry checking with Wallach. Mark Ellis over there at first base has stolen 3. The bunt is down, the bunt is foul, and the count 1 ball and 1 strike. A.J. Ellis and then Juan Uribe. One and one. Bunt is down, fielded by Turner, and his throw did it. Yep, he just did get his foot on the bag. So the sacrifice works. Ellis moves to second. A.J. Ellis and Juan Uribe trying to get him home. So Hairston does his job, gets the bunt down.
Catcher number 17, A.J. Ellis.
So Hairston gets 5s in the dugout, advancing the runner. A.J. Ellis for his first at bat tonight. Remember last night, Dodgers were leading 2-1. A.J. had a clutch base hit to drive in 2 to make it 4-1, and the Dodgers went on to win it 4-2. Now the crowd waving to each other, everybody up. That's ball 1. Carlos Torres basically A two-seam fastball, a sinker, curve, cutter, and a change. 1 ball and no strikes. That's a strike. 1-1. 4 runs, 13 hits for New York. 4 runs, 10 hits for the Dodgers. Each side with an error. Marlon Byrd has been a big man, single, double, and a 3-run home run. Carlos Marmol did a great job in relief. And now it's down to this. Sliced foul. 1-2. Last night, AJ had a walk and then the big base hit. Juan Uribe started last night and was 2 for 3. Now they both are late arrivals in this one. John Buck going out to talk to Torres. 1-2 the count.
Everybody clap your hands.
One ball and 2 strikes. Pretty good sinker. Down he goes. So Ellis strikes out. 2 down. Juan Uribe coming up. Uribe
Third baseman, number 5.
last
Uribe.
night had a couple of base hits, each on the first pitch. And then tonight he came off the bench, swung at the first pitch and flied deep to center. So we'll see if he's becoming a first ball hitter all of a sudden as he checks in this 4-4 tie, trying to get Mark Ellis home and win the game. Yep, first ball, line drive caught by Quintanilla. So Juan Uribe looked like a game-winning base hit, and Omar went up and made the catch. So no runs, no hits, a man left. We're heading for the 12th in a 4-4 tie. Tie. Juan Uribe almost turned the lights out in his at-bat. Line drive and the leaping catch by Omar Quintanilla to take the base hit and the runaway. The Dodger bench thought that Uribe had done it for them. However, Quintanilla got in the way. Interesting, too, that Uribe came so close because his last walk-off hit came 3 years ago today against San Francisco. And he's not going to come any closer to do it again than tonight. So in the 12th inning, it'll be Baxter, Bird, and Turner against Paco Rodriguez. A bunt, foul, 0-1. So Paco Rodriguez came in to strike out Murphy. Now he's on his own. It's been Capuano, Withrow, League, Howell, Marmol, and now Rodriguez. Mike Baxter out of Whitestone, New York. He lived less than a mile from Shea Stadium. 0-1. And another strike. Baxter was originally signed by the Padres out of Vanderbilt University. He went to Columbia University and then transferred to Vanderbilt. And if you're from New York, you always know Columbia is where Lou Gehrig played. 0-2. 1-2. Baxter majored in Vanderbilt in human and organizational development with a focus on leadership. 1-2. Two and two. Mike will be 29 in December. 4th round pick by the Padres and came up briefly in 2010. Then moved on to the Mets. 2-2. And ball 3. Baxter has walked 13 times, struck out 20. 3-2. Curveball pulled foul. Waiting on deck, Marlon Byrd. Remember, we were guessing in the 9th inning, we were saying it might not be his last effort at getting the cycle. There was always the possibility of extra innings. We didn't know Ethier was going to pull some magic, but extra innings we have, and Marlon has yet another shot. Curveball out to get it is Hanley. So Baxter pops it up, one away, and now Marlon Byrd in his second shot at trying to hit for a cycle. As we mentioned earlier, there have been 10 cycles hit by Mets in the past. Marlon singled in the 2nd inning, hit a 3-0 pitch with 2 men aboard for his home run in the 3rd, doubled with 2 out in the 5th. And then his next 2 at-bats looking for the triple, he is struck out. Oh and 1. Marlon with 18 home runs. His career high, he had 20 with Texas. One ball and one strike. And ball 2. 2 balls, 1 strike, 1 out, 12th inning, 4-4. Ground ball foul. 2-2 to Marlin. The crowd 44,091. But a lot of folks have decided work tomorrow. Time to hit the road. Two and two. And good sinking fastball. So Bird, so close to the cycle, needed a triple. Instead, has struck out 3 times in a row.
Third baseman number 2, Justin Turner.
So Rodriguez picks up his 2nd strikeout. Marmol had 3. Justin Turner, the 3rd baseman now. Single to right and struck out. Walked intentionally, grounded to 3rd and struck out. 2 for 9 in the series. Turner went to school at Cal State Fullerton. He's a Long Beach boy. I'm sure he's got friends and family here. Foul ball. 1-1 to count. Justin 5'11", 190. 28 years old. He'll be 29 in November. Originally signed by the Reds. Well, that red hair of his, that figured. But he never did play for the Reds. Finally broke into the big leagues with the Orioles and eventually the Mets. Two and one. Line drive, base hit to left field. Crawford will get it back in. For Turner, that would be his 2nd hit. And the batter will be Ike Davis.
First baseman number 29, Ike Davis.
So Ike Davis coming up. Hit into a force play and grounded out. Flied to right, doubled to right, grounded out. Down in the Dodger bullpen, Kenley Jansen begins to warm up. Paco has made 21 pitches. Eric Young comes out on deck. He'd be batting for Torres. EY's been leading off the previous couple of games. Didn't start tonight. Ground ball to Mark Ellis. And we're heading to the bottom of the 12th inning in a 4-4 tie. Pedro Feliciano from Puerto Rico, and he was the eye of a storm in New York. He was with the Mets from 2006 through 10. Then he went to the Yankees, and while he was with the Yankees, Brian Cashman, the GM, really popped off about how badly the Mets used Feliciano. Tell you why. In 06, he was in 64 games. The next year, 78. The next, 86. The next, 88. And the next year, 92. And when he came over to the Yankees, he was on the DL, and Cashman said he was abused. Well, left-handed Feliciano from Rio Pedras in Puerto Rico. He was originally drafted by the Dodgers, believe it or not, way back in 1995. And he'll be facing Carl Crawford, Yasiel Puig, and Adrian Gonzalez. Ball one. Carl Crawford grounded out and single, picked off. That was a big play. And a base hit in the ninth inning. So 2 for 5. 1 ball, no strike. That's a strike. 1-1. If you weren't with us in the fourth inning, Crawford singled and he was picked off. And then there were 3 more hits in the inning, but no run. Now here they are, 4-4 in the 12th. Ground ball, charging Quintanilla. So Crawford taps out, 1 away. Yasiel Puig coming up.
Number 66, Yasiel Puig.
Puig grounded to short, struck out, flied to right, and twice hit back to the box. He did make 1 contribution, a brilliant throw in the second inning. Marlon Byrd was at first. Justin Turner singled to right. Byrd tried to go to third, and he was a dead bird on the throw by Puig. And a ground ball up the middle. There really isn't anybody there. And Puig's going for 2, and the throw, he's in there after the throw is wide of the mark. The Wild Horse is in position to win it. So Yasiel Puig rolls one up the middle. As you can see, there's no defender there. And when the ball dies and the center fielder Lagares is deep, here comes Yasiel. So the Dodgers now have the winning run at second with 1 out. Adrian Gonzalez and Hanley Ramirez. And it'll be a leg double for Puig. So now the meeting, what do? Do you pitch to Gonzalez? Or with a left-hander, you try to get Gonzalez and walk Ramirez. (4-4). The Dodgers with a golden chance to win it here in the 12th. Shot inside third, down the line. Here comes the Wild Horse, and the Dodgers go wild to greet him. And now they're after Gonzalez. Amidst all the madhouse, there is the magic, and the Dodgers have now won 8 straight, 13 out of 14. They are 40-8. They have won 12 straight series. Everything they do is magical. And it's Adrian Gonzalez driving in Yasiel Puig. Another incredible moment here in the Magic Castle. And the Dodgers spilling out in joy with one thought in mind. Let's go out and get the veteran, Adrian Gonzalez. And Puig is on his way out there to grab him as well. One way or another, Dodgers were down 4-0 tonight. Then it was 4-2. They rallied in the 9th inning as Andre Ethier hit the magical home run to tie. And darned if they don't win it in the 12th. Wow. Stay tuned for Dodgers Live coming up next. Good night, everybody.
There's a number of adjectives that come to mind. Dodger fans, turn your attention down here. The guy with the game-winning hit, Adrian Gonzalez. Vince Scully's been calling this place the Magic Castle. It truly is magical what you guys are doing.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a great homestand. You know, started with a walk-off, finished it with a walk-off, and win in between every game. So it's pretty awesome.
It seems like over the last couple of months, it becomes a case of not will this Dodger team win, but when will you win? I think I've done this before, only with Yasiel.
I get to shower. I don't need this.
Adrian, tell me about that final approach at the plate. Yasiel gets on second. You get an opportunity to drive him in.
Yeah, that was huge. Him getting second base is big. Made it easy on me. Just looked for a single. I was just looking fastball middle, and he left the middle of the way, and I was just able to shoot the hole there.
Now you guys take a little bit of momentum on the road. Obviously important to continue this hot streak away from Dodger Stadium.
Absolutely, absolutely. We'll get to Philly and keep it going, hopefully.
I'm not really hearing much of anything, Adrian. I appreciate Adrian Gonzalez, everybody. Wow. Of course they got me this time with the red Gatorade, right? Of course. Dodgers Live coming up around the corner. We've got plenty to talk about, including 8 straight wins by this amazing team. I think we're going to send you out to center field because I can't hear a thing, guys. You're going to have to take it to break.
That's all right, Mark. Mark
Wow.
Rocadino getting held by Adrian Gonzalez so that Mark would get more of the Gatorade shower. Hanley said he was going to get him, and he did. Steve Lyons, Patrick O'Neill. For those fans that stayed to the bitter end,
And you know who you are.
Yeah, and you know who you are. What a great night it was. And Andre tying it, Puig getting on after an 0-for-5 night, hustling into second, and then Gonzo.
My dad could not come to these games because he was famous for leaving early if the team was behind. You cannot leave a Dodger game at any point, especially if they're behind in a ball game. If they're winning 8-2, fine. If you want to get an early exit, go ahead and do it. But if they're losing a ball game, you've got to hang in there till the end.
In the 8th inning, those fans that were leaving that were upset at me when I was like, why are you leaving? Hey, who's laughing now? What's on deck? Dodgers Live Post coming at you. The incredible comeback. Puig with the big arm. We break it down. We get some reaction from the clubhouse. Rogo going in there. We'll also hear from the manager, Don Mattingly. Take another look. Enjoy. Did you not expect it to happen with the team's leading RBI man, Adrian Gonzalez? Sure, Shredder Punto, a.k.a. the Little Pony, somewhere in there. Wow. We'll be right back with Dodgers Live.